Chapter 426. However, the mages were not in the mood to care. One of the older mages stood up and replied with a trembling voice, "General, General, that is the flame of wrath. It belongs to the fire elemental prince, Isoldezer. Run, run, or it will be too late. There must be an emissary here, an emissary of disaster and destruction." "What emissary? Who is the fire elemental prince, Isoldezer? Tell me clearly." General Zack, who had lost control of his emotions, grabbed the mage by the collar and asked loudly with a nervous face. Although the fog had filled the air, he could clearly see the scene of the huge fleet evaporating in a short moment. In his opinion, that was definitely not a power that a human should have. At least, it should not appear on a young man, unless the other party was a god's chosen. The mage glanced at Andre, who was floating in the air, with fear. He subconsciously shivered and hurriedly suppressed the urge to immediately escape. He quickly explained, "Isoldezer is one of the most powerful lords in the fire elemental world. It is said that his power is second only to the fire elemental goddess, Belua. He controls the flame of wrath with the highest temperature, different from the other elements. He likes to make mortals fear him and revere him. Therefore, every once in a while, he will bestow a descendant with his bloodline as an emissary. He calls them the Flaming Duke, and humans call them the Duke of Destruction. No matter where they go, they will burn everything to ashes. Since the God of gods blessed the mortal world with protection and prohibited powerful creatures from descending, there were fewer and fewer people with special bloodlines on the whole continent, especially the elemental bloodlines that were originally very thin. Therefore, there had been no news of the appearance of the Flaming Duke for more than 600 years. But now, the Flaming Duke has appeared again. He would definitely burn everything on the surface of the sea to ashes. If we don't hurry and escape, we will be dead. General, I beg you quickly turn the fleet around. We must leave immediately. This is not a joke. It is not a suggestion. It is an order. I command you as the chief mage of the army. There is a powerful existence here that we cannot resist at all. Retreat immediately. Retreat." Perhaps it was the mad roar of the chief mage that made General Zack realize how dangerous the situation was, or perhaps he had already thought of retreating. Either way, after hearing the name of the Flaming Duke, his face turned ashen, and he ordered the fleet to return without thinking. The mages were afraid that they would not be able to run fast enough, so they quickly cast the wind creation spell so that the sails of the ship were fully opened, and they quickly escaped from the sea. This was not because they were timid, but because the name of the Flaming Duke was too famous in Orire. Although they had not appeared for more than 600 years, the songs about them had long been changed into countless stories by bards and were even recorded in many books. To sum it up, the Flaming Duke had destroyed many cities and towns, especially in the south. Although it was not as exaggerated as the legends said, it was true that they could not control their anger. Often, when they were slightly provoked or insulted, they would immediately turn on their destructive mode. On the other side, on the Eye of Arcane, which was slowly moving away, many people cheered loudly when they saw the appearance of Andre's invincible might. Especially Chloe, who had been worried after hearing the screams. She jumped up excitedly. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes while muttering to Eunice beside her, "I knew it! I knew it! He will be fine. Look at those warships that ambushed us. They were all destroyed. He is indeed my hero. Long live." I wonder who was the one who was so nervous that she secretly wiped her tears. Eunice said with disdain, "I was just concerned." Chloe retorted loudly with a red face. However, her appearance was obviously not convincing. Not only was Eunice snickering, but even the surviving crew members couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everything that had happened that night had been too sudden. First, they had been chased away by Bakarov's fleet, and then they had been ambushed. Many of their companions had died because of this, and they had been extremely depressed. Now that the dark clouds had finally parted and the huge fleet that had ambushed them had been destroyed, all of the pressure in their hearts had been completely released. Although the time they spent together was not long, in their eyes, their captain was almost omnipotent. Whether it was building a disdainful warship like the Eye of Arcane with his own strength, or forging alchemy weapons like cannons and muskets that could easily destroy the enemy, he was simply a genius that only appeared in Bard's stories. In addition, he was willing to share a large amount of profits with the ordinary sailors. This was something that was simply impossible in the noble class. Now that they saw that Andre was safe and even displayed his invincible might while floating majestically in the sky like a god, how could they not cheer loudly as his subordinates? Perhaps they could proudly boast about tonight's experience to their wives and children when they returned home. However, they didn't notice that the captain's eyes were different from usual. There were no other emotions apart from anger, as though he had completely turned into the embodiment of anger, allowing the tyrannical emotions to accumulate as much as he could, waiting for the next eruption. As for the Spirit King, Navid Rustam, who was also floating in midair, he didn't die under the scorching blue flames. He relied on the tenacious vitality of an undead creature to escape the calamity. However, his body turned from translucent green to completely transparent, and the red radiance in his eyes dimmed as though he would dissipate into the air at any moment. Without a doubt, he was fatally injured. If it weren't for the huge amount of negative energy that he had accumulated, perhaps he would have been vaporized by the terrifying flames along with the warships and corpses disappearing from this world forever. What Navid Rustam wanted to do the most right now was to turn around and flee immediately. But he knew that if he were to expose his back to the enemy, he would only end up dying faster and more tragically. In fact, he was beginning to regret his decision to go to such extremes just now, which resulted in an irreconcilable hatred. Otherwise, he could have used other means, such as negotiation, to resolve the crisis in front of him, instead of floating in the air anxiously. Chapter 427. Don't think that undead creatures aren't afraid of death. On the contrary, undead creatures with intelligence and independent personalities usually cherished their lives. Unless they were like liches who could come back from the dead, most undead creatures wouldn't play around with their lives. It was apparent that Navid Rustam wanted to stall for time, or rather, wait for the other party's wrath to subside a little before negotiating. But it was a pity that he miscalculated. Ever since his wrath broke through all mental shackles, Andre was no longer Andre. He was a puppet controlled by the wrath in his mind. He had no ability to think at all, and was only left with the instinct to destroy. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was that he was waiting for his wrath to reach its peak before detonating and turning everything around him into ashes. It could be said that even though the man and the ghost had different goals, they were both thinking of the same thing, which was to wait and be prepared to get rid of the other party completely the next time. Burn. Ignite the anger in the depths of your heart. Burn this world to ashes. My emissary, my flaming duke, let the mortals tremble under your tyrannical strength. Let the whole world crawl under your feet. Go. Use your strongest attack to kill that undead creature who dares to offend you. Tell everyone on this continent that I, the Fire Elemental Prince, Asir Rustam, have returned. Ever since he signed the contract, Andre's mind had been echoing with such a voice. It seemed to have some sort of magical power that could make those who heard it angry uncontrollably, turning them into a moving barrel of explosives. The slightest external stimulation would cause them to go berserk, just like what was happening now. There was no rational thought, nor was there any profit or loss mixed in. There was only the thought of destroying the enemy before him. At this moment, Andre had completely released all the desires, instincts, and negative emotions that he usually suppressed at the bottom of his heart, providing sufficient fuel for the dark blue fire of destruction. His two eyes were like that of a demon lord that had just crawled out of the bottomless abyss, devoid of humanity. Fear, trembling. Navid Rustam felt every part of his soul warning him that if he couldn't withstand the next attack, he would definitely die. Moreover, he would die a very ugly death. It must be noted that less than a day ago, he was merely a lowly sailor at the bottom of society. Although he had become the king of spirits by chance and absorbed the memories and knowledge of thousands of human souls, he was still essentially the same pathetic nobody, be it his way of thinking, combat experience, personality, or habits. He had not completely transformed. Perhaps slaughtering those who were far weaker than him was nothing, but once he encountered a truly powerful enemy, he would immediately reveal his true form. In fact, the Spirit King's abilities were very powerful. They included invisibility, passing through walls, immunity to physical attacks, immunity to charm and control spells, immunity to instant death spells, immunity to diseases, cold, poison, and a series of negative statuses. Its two eyes could release paralyzing gaze, and it could cast berserk charm 3 times a day. It could control the blood flow in living creatures' bodies and turn the souls it had devoured into a spirit army. All in all, if he could master all of the above abilities and abandon his cowardly personality, he would immediately become a terrifying enemy. Even if a great mage came, it would be very difficult to kill him. Even if he couldn't defeat Andre, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, Navid Rustam had only become the king of spirits for less than a day, and he still had the mentality of a petty person intoxicated by success. He only wanted to take revenge for the humiliation he had received in the past, which was why he went on a killing spree. Now that he was facing the completely berserk Andre, he couldn't muster up any fighting spirit. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to save his life. As everyone knew, the factors that affected the outcome of a battle, apart from one's own strength, ability, battle tactics, reaction speed, and so on, the most important factor was courage. Any life would instinctively fear death. This was their nature, and there was no way to change it. However, if one cowered because of this, it wouldn't take long for them to die in a battle of equal strength. Those who didn't dare to risk their lives didn't have the qualifications and ability to retreat from an intense battle of life and death. Even though it sounded ironic, that was the truth. This world was filled with all kinds of dangers. Law and morality couldn't restrain the actions of all intelligent life. Therefore, only those who knew when to risk their lives and when to retreat could live longer. Huff, 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 hee, ha 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 ha. Andre, who had been gasping for breath, suddenly burst into a maniacal laughter. Then he revealed a mouthful of white teeth and extended his right hand to release the power of the raging flames of fury. He muttered to himself, "Not enough, not enough. My raging flames can still burn more vigorously. Why don't I evaporate you and this sea completely? Evaporate the sea?" Navid Rustam was instantly stunned by this arrogant declaration. An expression of disbelief appeared on his translucent face. A huge sense of crisis surged from the bottom of his heart. Without saying a word, he immediately entered stealth mode and turned around to fly into the distance. He didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the next attack would be if this statement was true. In his current state, there was no way he could survive. Just as the Phantom King fled less than 30 meters away, Andre suddenly opened his arms and roared with all his might, "Come, my anger! Release it all! Let the world see what the true flames of destruction are." As soon as his voice trailed off, a dazzling light erupted from his chest, once again illuminating the dark night sky. But this time, the eruption was even more violent than the previous one. The terrifying heat could even be felt by the Bakharov fleet a few kilometers away. Some of the ships behind had their sails set ablaze by the heat wave. What was even more terrifying was that the several thousand meters of seawater beneath Andrei's feet had completely evaporated, forming a cylindrical hole that was more than 600 meters in diameter. All the fish, prawns, crabs, shellfish, corals, and so on within this area were all in a charred state. As for the poor Navid Rustam, he was completely dead the moment the flames erupted, leaving only a palm-sized translucent substance that was blown into Andrei's palm by the sea breeze. It looked like it was in between substance and nothingness. It had no weight at all, just like a soul. Chapter 4:28. In fact, if Andrei regained his senses, he would immediately recognize that this thing was the soul core left behind by the King of the Spirits. It carried the purest essence of himself and thousands of souls. It was the best material for making magical items on Oriar, almost comparable to the blood and scales of giant dragons. But unfortunately, Andrei was now in a state of uncontrollable state and did not realize how precious this thing was. He just subconsciously grabbed it in his hand, then lost consciousness and fell straight from the sky. Shock. Fear. After General Zak saw the huge hole in the middle of the sea, his expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted at the chief mage behind him, "Immediately use all the magic that can accelerate the ship. Quick, or else." Before he could finish his words, the surrounding seawater immediately began to surge toward the hole, letting out a series of loud roars. Terrifying waves rose up to tens of meters high, and in the blink of an eye, those ships that did not have enough displacement or center of gravity were overturned or smashed to pieces. In just a few seconds, the entire fleet had lost 1/3 of its members. In addition, countless crew members had fallen into the surging seawater, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Of course, this was just the beginning. As everyone knew, once all the seawater surged toward a point, it meant a rapid undercurrent and a huge whirlpool. It was obvious that a hole with a diameter of more than 600 meters and a depth of several thousand meters was definitely enough to breed a whirlpool of death that swallowed all the ships. If they were sucked in, there was no chance of survival. Mages! All mages, get ready! Wind creation spell. Quickly cast the wind creation spell. I don't care if you use scrolls. Magical items. It's best if you use them all before we are all buried at the bottom of the sea. Seeing that the huge whirlpool had formed, General Zak completely threw away his so-called nobleman's dignity and roared at the top of his lungs. He knew very well that if he wanted to survive, he must provide the ship with enough power to escape the deadly gravitational force of the whirlpool. Otherwise, with the wooden structure of the ship, as long as it approached the center area, it would undoubtedly be shredded into pieces by the terrifying torrent. On the other side, the Eye of Arcane was in a much better situation. On one hand, they were far enough away from the vortex, so they would not be affected by it. On the other hand, as the vice captain, Bartholomew was commanding the sailors to operate the bronze cannons and fire at the same time. He was relying on the propelling force of the gunpowder to break away from the suction of the vortex, coupled with Nina's control over nature. In theory, they should not be sacrificed to the vortex. The culprit, Andrei, was now unconscious. He fell into the turbulent sea and was swallowed by the current in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. Just as he disappeared, the sky suddenly emitted a dazzling blue flame. A few seconds later, two huge hands tore apart the stars in the sky, revealing a pair of terrifying eyes. The owner of the pair of eyes first glanced at the majestic maelstrom on the surface of the sea, then listened to the screams and wails of the Bakharov fleet for a while. Immediately, a satisfied expression appeared on his face, and he roared in a low voice, "Well done, my agent in the material plane. The mortals once again heard the name of Aesop Desser. He had witnessed the power of the angry flames of the fire elemental plane. As a reward, I hereby officially bestow upon you the title of Flaming Duke. At the same time, I give you the authority of faith. Go, spread my name with destruction and death. Thy name is Andre Blanchflower, the 20th Flaming Duke. I, as the Prince of Fire, will completely activate the bloodline in your body. From now on, you are my chosen. Use destruction and sacrifice to please me. As the last word fell, Aesop Desser opened his mouth and spat out a golden spark that fell into the sea. A minute later, Andre, who had been swept into the center of the maelstrom, jumped out of the sea with a bang, his body emitting a dazzling brilliance. Everyone could see that the spark had drilled into his chest, quickly transforming his body and soul. When all the energy was about to be exhausted, the golden spark instantly exploded, producing an extremely terrifying pressure. With the help of this force, the unconscious Andre immediately drew a parabola in the sky and landed on the sea dozens of kilometers away. With the impact of the waves, he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. After doing all this, Aesop Desser laughed loudly and merged the torn sky again. He completely returned to the fire elemental plane, ready to celebrate today's harvest. It should be known that the enchantment set up by the God of Gods was no joke. Even with Andre as a special medium, coupled with his own power that was not inferior to the gods, he could only let his avatar squeeze, in a little at most. The purpose was to brand his own mark on the chosen, and at the same time give the other party the power he deserved. Chosen, as the name implied, were the people chosen by God, special individuals who were granted power beyond that of mortals. However, their levels were uneven. Among them, the most powerful ones were able to fight head-on with the gods without falling into a disadvantageous position, while the weakest were only a little stronger than a senior professional or even just an ordinary person. For some special reasons, they were chosen and bestowed with some special abilities. Perhaps a few gangsters could beat them to the ground. In general, chosen were equivalent to mortals who were recognized, loved, and trusted by the gods or powerful creatures from other worlds comparable to the gods. Usually, they had an almost endless lifespan. Unless they did something that angered the boss behind them, it was not a problem for them to live for hundreds or thousands of years, although they were called the people chosen by God. In fact, the Devil Duke in hell, the Demon Lord in the bottomless abyss, the powerful creatures in heaven, the Prince of the elemental world, and even the ancient dragons who had lived to a certain age could give one or two mortals similar power. Obviously, the power of the fire elemental prince, Aesop Desser, was definitely not inferior to most of the gods, so the golden flame he gave was a seed, enough to let the mortal body complete a metamorphosis and gain more and more powerful abilities. Most importantly, the core secret of the Fire of Wrath was nurtured there. Although Andre's current ability was not enough to completely control it, it could greatly improve his basic attributes and affinity to the fire element. Of course, this power was given by Aesop Desser, so he could take it back at any time if he wanted. However, considering the number of descendants of the fire elemental in the material plane, it was estimated that the possibility of taking it back was infinitely close to zero. Chapter 429. After all, once Aesop Desser lost his chosen, priests, and worshippers, he would no longer be able to sense what was happening on the Olyre continent. For a fire elemental prince who loved to spread his name, this was worse than any torture. It had been more than 600 years since he had found someone who could answer his call. Now that he finally found one, he would not let it go easily. Unless he could find a second replacement, Andre would continue to enjoy the benefits of the golden flames. This was especially so for a profession like the mage, whose strength and constitution were seriously low. The only thing he needed to consider was the negative impact of the title of the Flaming Duke. After all, in the eyes of most ordinary people and nobles, the chosen of Isoldezer meant disaster and destruction. No matter where he went, he would be ostracized to a certain extent. Perhaps he would not be imprisoned or exiled, but in any case, caution, prejudice, and hostility were unavoidable. Humans were a race that liked to demonize or mythologize those who were too powerful. This could be seen from the ancient myths on Earth. In ancient Greece, when the democratic system was at its most developed, they actually designed such an extremely stupid law as the Shell anti-exile law. The specific content was that when the Arcane reached a certain period of time, everyone would bring a shell over and write the name of their favorite Arcane on it. After that, the Arcane would be counted, and whoever had the most names would be banished. In history, the only one who was exiled by this law was Mysticles. The reason was that he performed exceptionally well in the Battle of Salamis. The famous thinker and philosopher Socrates also died under a similar law. Then why did such a strange law exist? The reason was simple. The strong jealousy of humans was at work. On the surface, this law was to ensure the continuation of the democratic system and prevent the emergence of a dictatorship due to a certain person's prestige. But in fact, it was a butcher's knife that killed the elites of society. However, they forgot that the so-called politics, military, and ruling of the country were all done by the elites. The so-called democracy would only bring about chaos and turmoil. This was because most people did not have a strategic vision, nor did they know how to make complicated economic, institutional, legal, and national policies. Even in the 21st century, where education was highly popular, more than 90% of ordinary people still had limited vision. Even if they were given a village with no more than 200 people, they might not be able to manage it well, let alone a huge country. Not a single country could truly be like ancient Greece, where there was a parliament of 50 to 60,000 people from different social classes, where they argued, quarreled, and voted every day because the ancient Greek city-state was defeated by the autocratic Spartan city-state in the end. Even an idiot knew how unreliable pan-democracy was. Obviously, the failure of the ancient Greek city-states taught us that the people were not as pure and kind as advertised. Perhaps a small portion of them could maintain their original intentions, but most of them were easily dominated by their desires. Once they grasped true power, they would immediately transform into bloodthirsty demons. If they were allowed to vote to decide Andrei's life or death, the only outcome would be that he would be executed, and there would be no possibility of him being spared. Fortunately, Oreir was a place where the traditional feudal system accounted for more than 80% of the population. Even if there were a few republics, they were aristocratic republics, and had nothing to do with the civilians. As long as he did not go too far and arouse the hatred of the aristocrats, he was theoretically still very safe. In any case, the Flaming Duke was also the chosen of the Prince of Fire Elements, and Aesop Desser was not in the evil camp. Whether it was the churches of the gods or the ruling class, they at least had to give him the appropriate respect. Otherwise, the nickname of the Duke of Destruction was not for nothing, especially the destructive power caused by his rampage. He could easily burn large cities, such as Lincoln City, into ruins. But these had little to do with Andrei for the time being, because his eyes were closed, and he was drifting on the sea with the waves, showing no signs of waking up. Cold, weak, empty, confused, sore all over. He did not know how long he had been unconscious after the rampage, nor did he know why he felt so uncomfortable. Andrei finally began to slowly regain consciousness. He vaguely felt that someone had picked him up from the sea and then carried him to a bed. Not long after, this person began to scrub his body, feed him water, and feed him fish soup. Although he wanted to open his mouth and say thank you, his body was so weak that he did not even have the strength to make a sound. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep again. How is it? Is this young man's life in danger? A strong young man, about 8 meters tall, with well-proportioned muscles, asked with concern. Because he was exposed to the wind and sun every day at sea, his skin showed a healthy bronze color, and his square face looked upright and steady. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, and he did not even have a pair of shoes on his feet. The girl who had just finished feeding Andre the fish soup smiled sweetly, put the bowl on the table next to her, and replied, "Don't worry, Brother Mabel, he's fine. It's just that he has been in the sea for a long time, and he hasn't eaten for too long, so his body is a little weak. I believe he will be fine after a few days." "That's right. Where did you save him?" The young man called Mabel open his mouth and revealed 2 rows of white teeth. "Hee. Fiona, I found this person by chance when I was out fishing. Moreover, his attire and the items he carries with him are not ordinary. He must be a descendant of a noble family who met with misfortune. So I came back. It's not my style to leave someone in the lurch." "Noble. No wonder he is so handsome, and the color of his hair is so special." As she spoke, the girl called Fiona stretched out a hand and gently lifted a small tuft of white, no, to be exact, silver translucent hair. Ever since Andre fell into the water, his originally fiery red hair, eyes, and eyebrows all seemed to have exhausted their energy. There was no trace of fire elemental energy at all. Only the strange heart hidden in his chest faintly released unusual fluctuations. "Of course. Look at the things in your waist pouch. A wooden stick inlaid with rubies, hundreds of Alliance gold coins, a book that can't be opened, a box that can't be opened either, a total of 40 bottles of magic potions. And look at this sharp scimitar and dagger. I dare to bet that you won't find a second one even in the entire Sardinia Islands. Also, look at the rings he is wearing on his hand. One of them is a seal ring that only nobles would wear, and it should have his family emblem on it." After saying that, Mabel pointed at Andre's finger that was wearing the seal ring. Chapter 430. Fiona quickly grabbed it and examined it carefully. Soon, she revealed a trace of unconcealable surprise. "Wow, it really is a noble seal. Oh my God! My dearest brother, you actually saved a nobleman. When he wakes up, he will definitely give you a large sum of money as a reward." Mabel scratched her head embarrassedly. "Huh? I didn't expect that we would have a day like this. Remember, take care of these things. Don't let anyone see them, and don't use them without permission. Although we are very poor, we will never take advantage of others." "Understood. Don't worry, I will hide everything. If others smell it, just say that you saved a shipwrecked sailor," Fiona said excitedly. Perhaps as the daughter of a fisherman, she did not have much experience, but she was still a little smart. She understood that if outsiders knew that there was a noble young man lying in her house, and that he had many valuable belongings, it would undoubtedly lead to great danger and trouble. Seeing that her sister understood her meaning, Mabel immediately grabbed the fishing net and harpoon, turned around and walked towards the door. As she walked, she reminded, "Then I will leave the house to you. I still have to go fishing and see if I can catch some conches. At night, I will make soup for this handsome, noble young master. He is now our hope to leave this archipelago and get rid of poverty. Hee. Be more careful when you go out to sea. Try to catch more delicious seafood. I heard that nobles are very picky." Fiona shouted at her brother's back. "I know. You just wait at home for me to come back with a full load." Mabel waved her hand without looking back. After watching her brother leave, Fiona quickly opened a piece of floorboard and carefully stuffed all of Andre's clothes and belongings into it. Then she covered it with the wooden board and returned to the bedside. She stared at the handsome face with a slight infatuation and then gently combed her messy hair. Soon, a trace of blush appeared on her face. The days in the coma were peaceful and monotonous. Every day, other than eating, he slept. Maybe it was because he lost too much physical strength, or maybe it was because completely releasing all of his anger had a certain impact on his brain. In short, Andre was muddle-headed like a marionette and rested for 3 days. At noon on the 4th day, he finally regained his rationality and ability to think. He slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to find himself lying in a shabby wooden house. Other than 2 beds, there was only a wooden table that was about to rot, 2 benches, a few wooden bowls and plates, and a small amount of dried coconut meat. A large amount of dried fish hung on the wall, and a slightly fishy smell wafted in the air. He slightly moved his stiff neck and just happened to see a young girl of 18 or 19 years old sitting in the middle of the house, humming an unknown tune, cooking in front of a bonfire in the middle of the house. An iron pot was hung on the beam of the house with a rope woven from coconut fiber. Below was a burning firewood. Judging from the rich fragrance, there should be scallops and crabgrass stewing inside. From the back, the girl was dressed quite lightly. Her upper body was only a small vest that wrapped around her chest, and her lower body was a mini skirt that exposed half of her thighs. The fabric was the cheapest linen, and it was washed until it was a little white. However, her figure was very good. Perhaps because she had been swimming for a long time, the muscles of her waist, legs, and lower abdomen were quite well proportioned. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and her long brown hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. On her arm was a bracelet made of delicate shells and animal teeth. Every time she moved, it would make a clattering sound. In addition, Andre also noticed that the girl had no shoes on her feet, and the soles of her feet were quite thick. At first glance, he could tell that she was used to walking barefoot all year round. In addition, there was nothing similar to shoes in the house. From this, he could conclude that this was a poor family that made a living by fishing, but they did not lack food. After coming to this conclusion, he did not rush to get up. Instead, he silently touched the tattoo on his hand and opened the system to check his status. Name: Andre Blancheflower, the 20th Flaming Duke. Blancheflower is an ancient surname. It was born from the first Flaming Duke, Lucas Blancheflower. After that, the Flaming Duke was also his descendant. Now, this glory has once again fallen on your head. Race: descendant of the fire element, bloodline purity, level 5. You are already a genuine half-elemental life. Although on the surface you look no different from an ordinary person, your heart has been replaced by an elemental core. As long as you are willing, you can reveal your true form at any time. Alignment: absolute neutral, deviating towards absolute neutral evil. You have been burning, killing, and looting a little too much recently. Attributes: Strength 7+5, bestowed by the Fire Elemental Prince Isoldezer. Your strength permanently increases by 5 points. Agility 17, Vitality 10+5, also bestowed by the Fire Elemental Prince Isoldezer. Your vitality permanently increases by 5 points. Intelligence 22, Perception 12, Charm 9+3. As the chosen of a powerful elemental lord, you are easily feared by others. However, they are not afraid of you, but of the Fire Elemental Prince behind you, Isoldezer. Profession: Mage level 8 experience required to level up, 59,000/109000 special title. Isoldezer's chosen level 1. Note: this title is not a profession and cannot be leveled up with experience points. You can only use sacrifices to please the powerful Fire Elemental Prince and gain his approval. From there, you can obtain more benefits. Health points: 6/50ths, extremely weak, experience points, 68,500 undistributed. Obtained special ability of the chosen. Flame control reduces the chanting time of fire spells by 6 seconds. Any spell that does not exceed 6 seconds can be cast. At the same time, the power is doubled. Also, you can transform a prepared arcane spell into a fire spell of the same level. Immune to all forms of fire damage, as the chosen of the Fire Elemental Lord, as well as a fire elemental. How can you be hurt by fire? Flame regeneration. High-temperature flames can heal your wounds. As the saying goes, as long as there is fire, fire elementals will not die so easily. Long lifespan. Although part of your body is still human, your lifespan is still comparable to most elemental creatures. You can live for at least 1,500 years and will never age. Raging flame eruption. You can store your anger during normal times and detonate the dark blue flames of anger at a specific time. Its power is enough to destroy a small town at once. However, the consequences are also very serious. After each explosion, the magic energy will be imbalanced, and you will temporarily lose all abilities related to magic. It will take more than half a month for you to return to normal. Currently, your accumulated anger is 0%. Extraordinary life. You are gradually breaking away from the category of mortals. You can survive without eating, drinking, or breathing for 7 days. Flame flight. You can use the heat generated by the flames to fly for a short period of time. Once a day, the altitude will not exceed 500 meters. The duration will not exceed 5 minutes. Agent of Faith. As the only chosen of Acer Dessel in the material plane, you can forcibly turn his devout followers into priests. The target's perception must not be lower than 10, and the number of followers must not exceed 10. Control fire elementals. As the Flaming Duke conferred by the Fire Elemental Prince, you can try to communicate with any fire elementals that are not under the control of magic. Once you succeed, they will obey your orders until they die. As for the success rate, it depends on your strength and its strength. Currently, you can only control large-sized fire elementals. The success rate for any higher-sized fire elementals is basically 0. You can only do it 3 times a day. Note, these abilities come from the Fire Elemental Prince, Acer Dessel. If he retracts his power, then all the above abilities will disappear. In addition, because you have forcibly used Raging Flame Eruption twice, the mage profession is temporarily sealed. It will be restored in 45 days. Chapter 431. After looking at his new ability, Andre had a complicated expression on his face. He was both happy and worried at the same time. At the same time, he understood why he could float on the sea for so many days without dying. It was all thanks to his supernatural ability. After all, anyone who had a powerful force in their body that was not under their control would inevitably be worried. Of course, the most important thing was that after his magic power was completely sealed, he was basically an ordinary person with a stronger body. Once he faced danger, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. It was not as simple as losing the ability to cast spells when a magic power was sealed. Even magic scrolls and many items could not be used, such as the teleportation ring on his hand and the badge of the Mage Association. The only good thing was that he could still drink potions. Otherwise, he would really go crazy. Squinting his eyes and thinking for a long time, Andre decided to raise his magic level to level 9 first. Anyway, raising his profession level could slightly increase his HP, which would be of some help. Without hesitation, he added the unallocated EXP to the magic profession before the girl noticed. Are you sure you want to allocate 50,000 EXP to the magic profession? Yes, your magic level has been raised to level 9. You have received 1 ability point. Your magic pet has been raised to level 9. You have used 1 ability point to choose the metamagic ability, Spell Delay. Name, Andre Blancheflower Ace. Descendant of Fire Elemental's Alignment. Absolutely neutral profession. Level 9 mage required EXP to level up. 109000/2090000 special profession. Acer Desser's chosen one. No, this profession cannot be leveled up with EXP. It can only be approved by the powerful prince of fire elementals by offering sacrifices. HP 657, extremely weak, EXP 18500, unallocated, memorizable arcane spells. Level 0, for level 1, 6 level 2, 6 level 3, for level 4, 3 level 5, 2 new ability, metamagic skill, spell delay. This ability allows you to memorize low-level spells that are 1 level higher than normal spells. It lasts twice as long as normal spells. The principle is basically the same as silent spell casting. Magic pet information name, Small Eyes race, Small Eyes magic creature. Alignment, neutral evil profession. Magic pet level 9, this creature's level increases with its master's mage level. HP 3434, healthy, special abilities. Cold ray, 24 shots per day. Damage ray, 12 per day. As a string of information flashed in his vision, Andre finally completed his advancement from the 8th to the 9th rank. At the same time, he also obtained the 5th rank arcane spell slot that he had always dreamed of. Unfortunately, in his current state, he couldn't learn or memorize new spells, nor could he feel the flow of mana in his body. He didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. All he could do was lie naked on the simple bed and look at the wooden board above his head as he reflected on himself. As a smart person, Andre knew very well how dangerous the battle with the Spirit King had been. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the most dangerous battle he had ever faced since he came to this world. Even his soul had almost been engulfed by the Spirit King. If not for the fact that he had coincidentally heard the cries of the fire elemental prince, Isoldezer, he might have already become a part of Navid Rustam's spirit army. To a transmigrator, this was really a kind of irony. The near-death experience rang the alarm bell for him. At the same time, he also realized that in this dangerous world, he was still far from being powerful. He had to work hard, and work harder to raise his mage level and become a great mage in the true sense of the word as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he died, it would be useless no matter how great his potential was. He only had one life. Andre, who had already died once, definitely didn't want to experience it a second time. After thinking through this point, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. His mind was also in a state of emptiness. It was as if the madness and impulsiveness from before had completely disappeared. Calm and rational thoughts had once again gained control over them. It seemed like the ability Raging Flame Eruption could really release the impulsiveness, anger, brutality, and other emotions that had accumulated over time. Although the side effects were slightly greater, considering its terrifying might, it was definitely not inferior to any rank 9 Arcana spell. It could definitely be kept as a trump card. First, I was ambushed. Then, I met a Spirit King that was several times stronger than me. I was in a state of near death, but I didn't die. In the end, I succeeded in killing him. The so-called blessing in disguise should be describing the current situation. And the person who saved me didn't have any evil intentions. Could it be that I've really been blessed by the goddess of luck? Andre muttered softly to himself as he struggled to sit up. He looked around for his belongings, especially his scroll box. There was only one rank 5 Arcana spell, teleportation, left in it. If he accidentally lost it, it would take him a lot of effort to return to Linton City. However, he had clearly forgotten that his body was currently in an extremely weak state. He didn't have enough strength at all. His arms couldn't support him, and he fell off the bed with a plop, landing heavily on the floor. His naked body was completely exposed, and he looked extremely miserable. Cough, cough, cough. It hurts. Damn it, my arms aren't listening to me at all. Does the so-called extremely weak mean that I can't even move? Andre coughed violently as he gritted his teeth and tried to crawl up from the ground. However, all his efforts were in vain. His hands couldn't even hold on to anything, let alone stand up with his own strength. The girl who was cooking was obviously shocked by the sudden accident. She immediately threw down the spoon and hurriedly ran over, asking with great concern, "Heavens, you're actually awake. Don't move around. Let me see if you're injured. Although you don't have any injuries on your body, you've used up a lot of energy. If you don't rest well for a few days, you won't be able to move freely," she muttered as she helped Andre back onto the bed. Her two eyes secretly glanced at the naked male body, and a shy expression quickly appeared on her face. However, there was a trace of surprise hidden under this shyness. "Sorry, I only wanted to check on the condition of my body. Sorry for the trouble. Also, thank you for saving me." Andre didn't notice that someone was peeking at his naked body, and thanked her very politely. No matter what her motives were, at least she had saved his life. Thanking her was the most basic form of courtesy, and he didn't want to be rude in this regard. Chapter 432. Please don't stand on ceremony. Helping those who are in trouble is something every fisherman would do, and it wasn't me who saved you, but my brother. Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Fiona, and my brother is Mabel. He's a fisherman who lives here. He mainly relies on fishing and collecting pearls for a living. As she spoke, the girl who called herself Fiona laid Andre flat and carefully covered him with a blanket. At the same time, she wiped the bruises that were caused when he fell to the ground. She was as gentle as a wife treating her husband. "My name is Andre, and I'm a baron of Linton City. I'm very pleased to meet you, beautiful lady." Andre reluctantly bowed in a very gentlemanly manner. As a mage with an intelligence of 22, he was very clear about what information could be revealed and what information could not be revealed. So, he selectively told a part of the truth and ignored all the parts that involved thrills and intrigue. Perhaps Fiona had never come into contact with such a polite young man. She hurriedly waved her hand and shyly bit her lower lip and said, "No, no, no. I'm not a lady, and I'm not beautiful. I'm just an ordinary descendant of a slave." When she said the last few words, the light in her eyes instantly dimmed. She looked helpless and pitiful. "Slave?" Hearing this word, Andre subconsciously raised his eyebrows and immediately asked, "Can you explain to me what's going on? And where is this place? How far is it from Linton City?" Fiona nodded gently. She first carefully looked around outside the door, then returned to the bed, and explained in a low voice, "This is Turtle Island, the outermost part of the Sardinia. It's under the control of the pirate King Francis. It's about a week to half a month's sea route from Linton City. As the Baron of Linton City, you should have heard about how the residents of this archipelago came to be. At first, the pirates only used this archipelago as a hiding place. They stored all the looted treasures, goods, and ships in a secret location. But as the number of pirates increased, they began to have the idea of establishing their own country. Since then, the pirates no longer killed the captives they captured. Instead, they brought them back to the island as slaves. Among them, the males had to do manual labor day after day, while the females were subjected to all kinds of sexual abuse. My brother and I are the descendants of the first batch of slaves. Although we are no longer as miserable as before, there is still danger. Once the passing pirates find out that we are harboring enemies, we might be executed. The hatred between Linton City and the pirates of the Sardinia was well known. The former practiced mercantilism through and through. In order to open up and protect the route, they would do anything. Once they found that someone posed a threat to their interests, they would immediately launch a crazy attack. The latter were ferocious raiders. Like sharks, they hungrily attacked merchant ships in the sea. What was yours was mine, and what was mine was still mine. It could be said that the conflict between the two parties was irreconcilable. Unless one of them was completely destroyed, the conflict would never stop. The pirate king of the Sardinia Islands had once ordered that all the ships belonging to Linton City, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, whether they surrendered or not, were to be killed. Of course, Linton City's approach was not much different. Moreover, they would often send fleets to attack the periphery of the Sardinia Islands, completely sealing off the sea route for a long-term siege. It was clear that as a noble of Linton City and a member of the Association of Mages, Andre was definitely not safe here. If he was discovered, he would definitely be executed. There was no other possibility. What was even more terrifying was that he did not even have the ability to escape now. Recovering his mage abilities was even more distant. 40 days was not a short time. If he was unlucky, it would be enough for him to die 100 times over. So it's not a blessing in disguise, but a wolf's den right after leaving the tiger's den. Andre muttered to himself with a bitter smile as he stared at the wooden planks on the roof. Fiona was a kind-hearted girl. She could not bear to see the helpless look on the face of the young man in front of her. She comforted him softly. Actually, it's not as serious as you think. After all, Turtle Island is located at the outermost layer of the Sardinia Islands, and there are no specialties to be proud of. The pirates usually only come once in July or August to collect the pearls we collected and give us some money for living expenses. But for safety's sake, you'd better find yourself a cover identity, such as a merchant or something. It'll be easier to fool them if you're really discovered. Cover my identity? That's not a bad idea. Upon hearing the young lady's suggestion, Andre's eyes glinted slightly. He immediately began to think about what kind of identity he could use to deceive the pirates and obtain a relatively high social status. After all, he wasn't interested in being a slave or a laborer who was ordered around by others. First of all, the identity of a hunter would definitely not work because there were no large carnivores on the land of the Sardinia Islands. So, not only would this identity not help him escape, but it would also easily arouse the suspicion of the pirates. Secondly, any profession related to magic would not work. Not to mention that the profession of a mage was currently sealed. Just being able to identify all kinds of raw materials was not something that ordinary people could learn. There was no doubt that it would attract unnecessary suspicion. Just when Andre was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered that one of his specialties seemed to be beginner forging. That was an ability that he gained after reading a book that introduced forging weapons and defense in the necromancer's private library. It could be used to cover his identity. One had to know that Orier was not ancient China, where the status of craftsman was low, and was called a lowly profession. Not to mention those famous blacksmiths who could forge magical equipment, even the beginner blacksmiths who could forge farming tools, repair weapons, and defense equipment were not inferior to the status of a level 1 professional warrior. They could even talk to the nobles with an equal attitude. Blacksmiths were even more incredible. Even melee professions above level 15 could not help but occasionally ask for help from them. It could be said that except for spellcasters, these people's status was basically equal to the same profession, and some were even higher. Thinking of this, Andre's lips curled up slightly as he announced playfully, From now on, my profession is a blacksmith. As for my name, I'll call myself Gond. Ah, you know how to forge. Fiona, who was waiting with her eyes wide open, could no longer hide the surprise in her heart and cried out involuntarily. She did not dare to imagine that a handsome, noble young master would learn how to forge, especially when Andre's body did not have any traces of being blackened by smoke and fire. It did not look like he knew how to forge at all. Chapter 433. In fact, the girl's guess was correct. Andre did not personally do any work related to forging, but with the help of the system, any books and knowledge would automatically be turned into memories and instincts. When the time came, his body would automatically react. Although there might be some deviation due to the problem of proficiency, it was not big in general. That's right, I can forge daggers, longswords, scimitars, armor, breastplates, chainmail, inlaid armor, iron gloves, helmets. I can forge anything that you can name, but there might be some small flaws in the quality. Andre did not explain how his forging ability came about, but took the initiative to change the topic, ignoring the sensitive parts. Fiona, who was not scheming, did not notice this at all. Her eyes instantly revealed a look of worship. Wow, 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 you're so amazing. You can actually master so many complex forging skills at such a young age. I bet that even the blacksmiths in Valen City might not know as much as you. No, I can't compare to those old blacksmiths who have been in the industry for many years, but it's no problem to use it to fool the pirates. Right, where are my personal belongings? There should be quite a bit of money in there. If it's convenient, help me buy some corresponding tools, such as a stove, iron felt, iron pliers, iron hammers, steel ingots, etc. When my body is almost fully recovered, I'll forge a few weapons to fool the pirates. After saying that, Andre looked into the girl's eyes with a smile, trying to find a bit of greed or unwillingness in her eyes. As his anger and impulse completely burned away, his caution and rationality once again took the upper hand. Although Fiona did not look like a scheming woman, it was still necessary to test her. After all, there was an old saying, "It's hard to draw a dragon or a tiger, but it's hard to draw the bones." During this period of extreme weakness, he had to make sure that there was no danger around him. Otherwise, if he were to be betrayed, his end would be very miserable. So he had to be careful. Hee, I've hidden all your things. Wait, I'll bring them to you now. Fiona did not notice the probing in his words at all. She excitedly ran to the northeast corner of the room, quickly opened up a piece of floorboard, and took out everything from inside, and placed it beside the bed. She held her chin with both hands, as if waiting for Andre to tell her the use of those strange things. Why? Are you interested in these things? Andre asked with a smile as he checked his belongings. He did not expect the other party to return almost everything without any hesitation. Even the valuable gems and gold coins were not missing. He could be called a model of morality. In fact, he was already prepared to lose some of his belongings. Even if he lost a few magic items, it would be fine as long as he didn't lose his spellbooks and a few more important items, especially the secondary health amulet, which would definitely play a vital role in restoring his body's recovery speed. Therefore, as soon as he got his hands on it, Andre did not hesitate to activate the level 1 divine healing spell that he would use 3 times a day, heal minor wounds. 3 soft white lights flashed, and he soon felt that the soreness in his muscles was greatly alleviated. His HP also went from 657ths to 2157ths. Although there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover, at least he could walk. Fiona obviously noticed this and asked with a look of surprise, This is Khan. Magic? Andre hung the amulet around his neck again, shook his head gently, and explained, No, to be exact, it should be a divine spell. This amulet contains 3 spells that can heal minor injuries. I just used them to heal my body. Although the prevalence of magic in the South was several times higher than that in the North, it was still not something that ordinary people could come in contact with, especially in a deserted island that was almost isolated from the rest of the world. There were only a few visitors in a year. It was not surprising that they were surprised to see supernatural powers. Divine spell? Divine spell. Isn't it a kind of magic? There was no doubt that the fact that Fiona could ask such a question showed that she knew nothing about the supernatural power system. Perhaps in her eyes, all powers other than swords and muscles were classified as magic. But there was nothing wrong with this idea, because whether it was divine spells, arcane spells, or natural abilities, they all came from the special energy that was everywhere in the universe. The only difference was that divine spells were arranged by God and given to his priests. Arcane spells were performed by mages, warlocks, and bards through their own learning and understanding in the form of rituals. As for the last one, it was stored in the blood and released when needed. Of course, Andre did not intend to explain more to the girl in front of him. He estimated that even if he explained, the possibility of her understanding was not more than 1%. So he just smiled and directly put the leather bag full of gold coins in her hand. Well, don't worry about these unimportant questions. Here is my money bag. There should be more than 300 gold coins in it. I will give it to you for safekeeping. Buy all the things that the blacksmith needs as soon as possible. At most in 2 or 3 days, I should be able to recover some of my strength. At that time, I will start to forge weapons to hide my identity. Oh my God, more than 300 gold coins. That's too much. Buying a set of tools and iron ingots for the blacksmith shop will not exceed 150 Alliance gold coins. I can't accept it. Fiona's hands trembled slightly as she held the money bag. She hurriedly returned the gold coins to Andre, looking very excited. It could be seen that she had never come into contact with such a large amount of money, and it was very likely that she had never even seen gold coins. For this poor fisherman's family, perhaps dozens of silver coins could be considered a huge sum of money, but the 300 gold coins in the bag was tantamount to a windfall from the sky, due to the existence of supernatural forces. To some extent, the gap between the rich and the poor in this world was not much worse than that on Earth in the 21st century. And it was even worse. It was recorded in the ancient books that the wealth of legendary mages was often calculated in the hundreds of millions. Any high-level magic equipment on them was worth millions, not to mention legendary items and artifacts. They could not be measured by money at all. What about the general price of ore? A kilogram of flour was about 4 copper coins. A kilogram of wrought iron was 2 silver coins. A chicken was 2 copper coins. A liter of ordinary ale was 6 copper coins. And a square meter of linen was 2 silver coins. It was almost enough to make 2 sets of clothes. Chapter 434. All in all, the price of food and daily necessities was quite low. Often, the lowest level of magical item would be equivalent to the sum of the wealth of an ordinary person who worked for decades without eating or drinking. It was just like how millions of dollars on Earth were only enough for some people to buy a toy or eat for a few days. But for some people, it was a huge sum of money that they could never touch in their lifetime. However, it was also thanks to these magical items that the financial system of this world, which was rich in gold, silver, and other minerals, did not collapse. This was because after most of the gold and silver mines were mined, more than 70% of them would flow into the hands of spellcasters. The spellcasters would use them to trade with merchants in the same plane in exchange for precious materials, rare creatures, and slaves that they needed. The more powerful ones would directly invade other planes, plunder their resources, or turn them into their own secret bases. The specific operations would depend on the situation. There was no doubt that with Andre's current financial status, he might be a pauper compared to the legendary Tyr Lich and the 4 dukes of Linton City. However, to Fiona, he was definitely a colossus. A mere bag of money that was usually used to buy food and reward servants was enough to make her panic, looking at the pair of eyes that were mixed with desire and fear. Andre smiled and once again placed the money bag in her hand. At the same time, he raised a hand to stroke the girl's weak-colored face and said softly, "Relax, it's just a little more than 300 gold coins." Take the extra as part of my gift to you. There will be more when we return to Linton City. You and your brother have saved my life. I hereby promise that I will make you nobles and live a truly luxurious life for the rest of your lives. Repaying kindness was something that any normal person would do, and Andre was of course no exception. Moreover, Fiona's innocence and kindness had won his trust. Although he had not seen Mabel who had fished him out of the sea, he believed that his brother would not be any worse since his sister was like that. The family environment was the most important place to cast a person's character. If a person grew up among a group of villains, then there was more than a 90% chance that he would choose to walk the path of a professional criminal when he grew up. On the contrary, if a man is brought up in a family of exemplary morals, he is generally said to be a good man when he grows up, so long as there are no major changes. Thus, Andre judged that he should be able to trust this pair of siblings. They had no ill intentions toward him, and at the same time, he was willing to give them enough in return. Although he was not a good person, he was still willing to let good people have good karma, especially this pure and kind girl in front of him. Perhaps because she had never been in close contact with a young man, Fiona's face instantly turned red. She bit her lower lip and nodded shyly. Thank you. She didn't know why, but she didn't reject the hand caressing her wheat-colored skin at all. Instead, she closed her eyes and quietly lay on the bed, as if waiting for the other party's next move. An ambiguous atmosphere quickly filled the room. As an experienced person, Andre knew very well what the girl's performance meant. A smile appeared in his eyes. He stretched out a finger and gently slid it across her seductive red lips, followed by her slender neck, and finally stopped at the ravine of her chest, admiring the other party's mixed expression of nervousness, excitement, and blush. Just when he was about to measure the scale of the rather majestic twin peaks with his palm, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a man's voice. Fiona, I'm back. Open the door. Hearing this voice, the girl, who was immersed in another world, immediately jolted awake. She quickly touched her slightly hot face and quickly adjusted her breathing. She gently opened the door and pretended to be happy as she asked, Oh my God! Brother, you're back so early today? Let me see what you got. Hee hee. I was rather lucky today and happened to encounter a school of hunting tuna. I casually swung my spear and caught 3 of them. We won't have to worry about food for the next 2 to 3 days. After he finished speaking, the well-built young man pointed at the 3 large fish he was dragging on the cart behind him. Each of them weighed over 300 kilograms, and one of them wasn't completely dead yet, constantly tossing and turning. Wow, 3 of them. We can keep 1 for ourselves to eat and send the other 2 to Valen City to sell. We can also help Mr. Andre buy some tools for blacksmithing while we're at it. Look, he's already handed over 300 gold coins to me for safekeeping, Fiona said excitedly as she took out a leather pouch full of gold coins like a child and shook it to show off, making a clattering sound. Andre, that means our guest has woken up. When Mabel received the news, she didn't have time to greet her sister and directly rushed into the room. She looked at the young man lying on the bed in astonishment, an expression of disbelief instantly appearing on her face. Oh my God! How can this be? His body is so weak, yet he only used a short 4 days to wake up. No, you seem to have misunderstood something. My body's constitution isn't as good as you think. The only reason I can sit up now is because of this amulet. If it weren't for the 3 healing spells stored in it, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for me to even move, let alone sit up. Andre took out the secondary health amulet and displayed it as he explained in a half-joking tone. So it's a magic item. Looks like those strange things are also magic items. You must be a rather powerful noble. Normal people wouldn't be able to get their hands on so many good things. Mabel was obviously much more knowledgeable than her sister, and immediately discovered the unusual side of Andre. Even though it was just a guess, she could vaguely feel the dangerous aura emanating from him. Hee, that's right. My identity is a bit special, so please call me Gond when there are outsiders. As for my identity, I'm a blacksmith who accidentally encountered a shipwreck. After saying that, Andre stretched out his left hand. The young man took 2 steps forward, stretched out his coarse hand, and shook it firmly. He laughed heartily and patted his chest. I'm Mabel, Fiona's brother. I'm very happy that you're safe and sound. You must know that not everyone can survive a shipwreck. You undoubtedly have the blessing of the goddess of luck, at least in my opinion. Chapter 4:35. I'm also glad that you were able to pull me out of the water. Otherwise, there's a high chance that I would have drowned even if I woke up. Oh, right. You often go fishing, so you should be familiar with the surrounding environment. Can you tell me more about the Sardinia? For example, what are the important cities and people worth paying attention to? Andre displayed his conversational skills, knowledge, and elegance to his heart's content. He acted like a courteous noble, especially the amiable smile on his face. He did not show the slightest bit of disgust because of the strong, fishy smell on the youth in front of him. As a mature transmigrator who was good at disguising himself, as long as he was willing, he could use his rich social experience from his previous life to change his attitude and temperament to make everyone feel friendly towards him. The effect was not inferior to a level 1 Arcana spell. Friendly. In Orir, the first impression that nobles gave people was that they were dignified, arrogant, cold, selfish, cruel, and greedy, but they were not amiable. Mabel almost couldn't believe that in her lifetime she would meet a noble who bowed to her and even expressed his gratitude. She immediately rubbed her hands excitedly and said rather shyly, "You're too kind. You're too kind. Helping those who fall into the water is the duty of every fisherman. It's my fortune to have met you. No matter what, you saved me in the end. This is a great kindness, and I have to repay it, although I can't take out much money now. If you're willing to help me return to Linton City, I'm willing to make an oath here. I guarantee that you and your sister will receive noble titles, and at the same time, I'll give you gold coins that you won't be able to spend in your lifetime." After saying that, Andre took off the seal ring with a serious expression and placed it in the youth's palm. "This is something that represents my identity as a baron. As long as you have a way to send it to the Linton City Sorcerers Association or to Countess Anastasia of the Mariel family, you'll get it immediately." He knew very well that it was almost impossible for the siblings to escape before they recovered their powers as a sorcerer. Ordinary fishing boats were fine in shallow waters, but once they entered the deep sea, they would be quickly smashed to pieces by the huge waves. His only option was to send a message back. Then, with guild leader Boris's powerful strength and the Countess's methods, it wouldn't be a problem for them to sneak him out. Of course, following the principle of equivalent exchange, he would give the person who took the risk to deliver the letter a generous reward. Regardless of whether it was money, status, or land, as long as the person was not greedy to the point of crossing the bottom line, it would not be a problem to feed the person for a lifetime. Looking at the seal ring on her palm that was emitting a golden light, Mabel was momentarily dazed. As the descendant of slaves at the lowest level of the Sardinia's chaotic system, his greatest wish in this life was to escape with his sister and live a normal life. He did not have to worry day and night that pirates would suddenly rush in and commit violence, nor did he have to worry that he would be forced to join a pirate ship one day. One had to know that in this lawless zone there were no clear laws or systems at all. The few most powerful pirate groups were secretly competing with each other. Whoever had the most power could become the pirate king and rule over tens of thousands of pirate alliances. Mabel would never forget the day 15 years ago when a group of drunken pirates barged into her home and killed her honest father without saying a word. Then, they took turns to rape her mother to death. Fortunately, she had hugged her sister and hid under the bed, barely escaping with her life. As his sister grew up day by day and gradually became more beautiful and enchanting, he was worried every day that she would attract the attention of some pirate leader and cause the tragedy to repeat itself. Thus, he was always looking for a way to escape. Now that there was an opportunity in front of him, he was actually a bit hesitant. On one hand, there was a great risk in doing so. If he was careless and was discovered by the pirates, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He might even be hung on the walls of Valen City and burned to death. On the other hand, he didn't know much about Andre's background and was a bit unsure if the other had the ability to secretly rescue him and his sister. Seeing the young man's hesitant gaze, Andre immediately understood what was going on. He smiled as he took out the badge of a senior member of the Mage Association and waved it around. "I can understand your worries. Please take a look at this. It represents the status of a senior member of the Mage Association in Lincoln City. To be honest, I'm not only a Baron, but also the successor personally appointed by the chairman of the Mage Association. As long as you can convey the news, it won't be long before someone comes to rescue us." In order to increase his persuasiveness, he even displayed the spellbook, scroll box, staff, and other items one by one. In particular, the spellbook he'd snatched from the Shadow Wizard was constantly emitting a sinister energy. Even a normal person who didn't know anything would be able to feel the abnormality. You're actually a wizard?" Mabel immediately retracted her hand after touching the spellbook, an expression of disbelief on her face. But it wasn't surprising or ire, whether in stories or in reality. The image of a wizard was either a white-haired old man or a middle-aged man with a cold gaze. A young man like Andre, who looked like he hadn't yet reached adulthood, was at most an apprentice. You can say that. Andre shrugged, rather helplessly. "My body has suffered severe injuries, so I won't be able to use the power of a wizard for a long time. So I can't use any arcane spells for the time being." "So that's how it is." Mabel nodded in realization, her eyes quickly becoming resolute. She gripped the seal ring tightly and promised, "Please be at ease. I happen to know a merchant who often comes to Valen City to restock. If you can take out something that can move his heart, such as the magic potions you're carrying, it won't be a problem for him to pass on a message." "Oh, can you tell me more about this merchant? Where is he from? What kind of business does he do? And how did you two meet?" Andre, who had always been cautious, quickly asked a series of questions. After all, he didn't believe that a merchant who could come to a pirate gathering place to restock would be a decent person. If he didn't get the details, he might not even know what was going on when he was sold. "His name is Tim, and I heard he's a merchant from Pool City. He basically buys all the goods the pirates steal. We met in a tavern, and later I secretly sold him a small portion of the pearls I collected. We got to know each other after a while." Chapter 436. Without any hesitation, Mabel told him everything about the merchant. He knew that his knowledge was not enough to judge whether the other party was trustworthy or not. Andre narrowed his eyes and thought for a few minutes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as a playful smile appeared on his face. "Interesting. I think I know his identity. Without a doubt, this is a devil that would sell everything for profit. More accurately, he's a smuggler. The reason he came to the Sardinia Islands to buy goods is because it's cheap and he doesn't have to pay any taxes. Don't be in a hurry to contact him. Help me buy everything I need to forge. Magic potions can't be used as a bargaining chip in the trade because they will expose my identity. Perhaps creating some outstanding weapons and armor is a good idea. It can hide my identity and arouse his interest. Even though blacksmithing was only a beginner in his specialization, with his understanding of magic formations, it wouldn't be a problem for him to create some exceptional weapons and armor as long as he was in contact with them for a period of time. One of the biggest reasons why there were so few magical weapons and armor in this world was that most blacksmiths were unable to sense magical energy, let alone learn complicated enchantment techniques. It wasn't that their skills weren't up to standard. In the distant era, when the magic civilization was at its most prosperous, even the lowest-ranked soldiers used magical equipment. One could imagine that it wasn't difficult at all. But ever since the great decline of magic, the number of mages had decreased. They were already too busy, just researching the various lost techniques. So how could they have the time to work with blacksmiths to create magical weapons and armor? They wouldn't be able to use them anyway. As time passed, the number of such items decreased, but their value increased. Now, every item was enough to make those who needed them go crazy. It just so happened that Andre had obtained many enchantment blueprints from his missions and had already memorized them. Perhaps it would be difficult to enchant small items like rings and amulets without the help of arcane spells, but it would definitely work if he enchanted longswords, helmets, and armor. The only downside was that the enchantment level might be lowered if he didn't cast spells, and he also needed some materials with special attributes. All right, I'll go to Valen City tomorrow morning to buy things for you. Please give me a list. But at this point, a trace of hesitation appeared on Mabel's face. She then gathered her courage and asked, "Are you sure you can forge?" Hearing the young man's question, Andre immediately laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Of course. In at most 4 days, you will be able to see how I swing my hammer. As for the list, there's no need for that. I'll go with you tomorrow and take a look at the legendary pirate city, Walloon. Come with me tomorrow? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your body?" Mabel looked surprised. "Of course, I can already get up and walk now. Tomorrow, I'll receive 3 more treatments for minor injuries. As long as I don't do any strenuous activities, it shouldn't affect me too much." As he spoke, Andre moved his arms a little. Although he still couldn't exert much strength, eating and drinking wasn't a problem. "Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Please wait a moment. I'll help Fiona deal with the tuna. Otherwise, she may be a little busy. Once you're done, we can have dinner." Andre smiled and nodded. "It's okay. You go ahead. I happen to be a little tired, so I'll lie down and rest for a while." Mabel, who had lived at the bottom of society for a long time, was very simple. She didn't have the hypocrisy of the upper class of Linton City. Since she said she would help her sister clean up the tuna, she did it without saying a word of courtesy. She carried a dagger and walked out of the door. She cut off pieces of bright red fish, sprinkled some salt on them, and put them in a basket prepared in advance. From her skillful movements, it could be seen that her arm and wrist strength were quite good. Coupled with the well-proportioned muscles that had been trained by swimming for a long time, her physical fitness was not inferior to a level 1 professional warrior. 3 big fish that weighed more than 300 kilograms were completely dismembered in less than 20 minutes. The bones of the large remaining fish were chopped and thrown into the pot to cook soup. The basket containing the meat was placed under the eaves to be blown by the sea breeze. As for the internal organs, they were all thrown into the wooden bucket as bait for the next trip. It could be said that the entire fish was fully used, and there was not a single bit of waste on its body. After the busy work, the hard-working and capable Fiona began to prepare dinner. As the elder brother, Mabel, after washing off the fishy smell on her body, sat at the head of the bed and chatted with Andre. She also introduced the situation around the island. As the last trace of the sun disappeared between the sea and the sky, Waves of rich fragrance filled the room. Dinner was very simple. It was a simple grilled fish, a chowder soup made of shellfish, crinoline, and bones. The staple food was dried coconut meat. Because the islands around the Sardinia Islands were generally relatively small, they were not cultivated. Furthermore, the pirates were thinking about how to loot merchant ships all day long. How could they have the time to care about farming? Therefore, only a small number of wheat fields were cultivated. The yield was not even enough for them to eat. They basically relied on plundering and smuggling. Things like bread were ridiculously expensive. As the descendants of slaves, the siblings could not afford it at all. The coconut meat with a higher sugar content naturally became one of the staple foods. To be honest, the fishy smell of the sweet coconut meat paired with the seafood chowder soup was simply unbearable. Andre did not know how the siblings in front of him had adapted to such a terrible mix and match. In any case, he could not accept it. After drinking a bowl of soup and eating a few pieces of fresh fish, he was unwilling to touch the coconut meat even if he was beaten to death. At the very least, he would definitely not touch anything with a sweet taste before the taste of the seafood in his mouth disappeared. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that if he still had money after buying the tools tomorrow, he would buy some staple foods like flour no matter what. Mabel was in high spirits today. After eating 2 pieces of tuna that weighed more than half a kilogram, she took small sips of the soup as she introduced the situation of Vallon City in a low voice. Vallon City is located on Vallon Island in the center of the Sardinia Islands. It is said to be named after the first-generation pirate king, Vallon Fanning. It is a city built from all kinds of broken ships. There are over 4,000 pirates and 20 to 30,000 ordinary people in all kinds of trades. Among them are blacksmiths, tailors, brewers, prostitutes, merchants who open taverns, inns, and shops, as well as smugglers from various cities in the south. Because there are no law enforcement organizations, there are countless thieves, robbers, and hoodlums, especially in the dark alleys. You will probably be robbed clean if you accidentally walk in. Like I said before, it's a lawless place. Robberies, murders, and the like can happen every minute, so please don't wander around tomorrow. Otherwise, entering the gang's territory will be very dangerous. Chapter 4:37. Understood. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. It's up to you to decide where to go. Andre made a promise without even thinking about it. In the face of a completely unfamiliar environment, he would not wander around like a brainless idiot. Not to mention that his biggest reliance was the mage profession, which was still sealed. If he was not careful and caused a conflict, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing you say so, I'm relieved. In addition, there are more than 40 families on Turtle Island other than my brother and sister. Most of them are descendants of slaves who have been fishing for generations. However, there are a few young people who are eager to join the pirates. If you meet them, you must be careful. If they see a flaw, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. After saying that, a trace of haze appeared on Mabel's face. One of her hands subconsciously clenched into a fist. There was no need to ask to know that there must be some unknown conflict. Fiona sighed slightly and asked softly, "Brother, you're not talking about Edmund's gang, are you? I really don't understand what they are thinking. They actually worship the murderer of their family." "Humph, a bunch of bastards. If it wasn't for Father Rawls stopping me, I would have thrown them all into the sea to feed the fish." When this matter was mentioned, Mabel immediately burned with anger. She gritted her teeth, and under the strong grip, the wooden spoon was instantly broken into 2 pieces. Her eyes were filled with a strong, murderous intent. There was no doubt that she was not just talking about it. She really wanted to kill. However, for Andre, whose hands were already stained with blood, This murderous intent was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He smiled slightly and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "Actually, I don't think this kind of thing is worth being angry about. Humans are originally a race that likes to worship the strong. Although those pirates killed their family, there is an indisputable fact that pirates are stronger. So naturally, there will be a kind of thinking that if I were a pirate, I would be able to do so. And so, however, these pitiful fellows didn't understand that the reason why the strong were strong was because they possessed extraordinary strength. For example, outstanding intelligence, outstanding physical qualities, innate bloodline abilities, and charisma that could infect the companions around them. We live in a world full of danger. If we don't have great power, it's better to be an ordinary person. At least we don't have to worry about dying for no reason one day. So be at ease, my friend, that Edmund and his party of whom Fiona speaks are not worth our attention. If things go on as they are, they will all be dead in a year or two at most. As the saying goes, the saddest thing about overconfident people is that they always overestimate their own strength. At the same time, they like to provoke enemies who are countless times stronger than themselves. Although I've lost the power of a spellcaster, it's still very easy for me to kill a few ordinary people who aren't even professionals. As the last word fell, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He gently stroked the bronze fire spear at his waist, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Although the gunpowder bag had been completely destroyed after being soaked in the sea for a long time, there were still a lot of lead bullets left. As long as he bought some sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, in half an hour, these delicate little things could once again be turned into deadly weapons. Ever since Andre obtained the fire spear, he rarely used the crossbow or the bow. After all, drawing the bowstring was a very exhausting thing. Even with the addition of the pulley, with his previous strength, he could only draw the bow about 20 times in a short period of time. After that, his arms would start to feel weak and his spell casting would be seriously affected. But the fire spear was different. It only required a certain amount of gunpowder and lead bullets to be stuffed in. The next thing to do was to aim at the target and pull the trigger. The physical requirement was basically zero. It was far more suitable for a mage than a bow. Of course, there were also many disadvantages. First, the shooting range was too short. Second, because it was a musket, it was difficult to aim beyond 20 meters, and it was also more troublesome to reload. However, the lack of quality made up for the lack of quantity. One must know that in order to make up for his weakness of not being good at close combat, Andre made 4 fire spears that he carried with him. The flint was also not an ordinary product, but a high-grade product with a small amount of magnesium metal. There was no way that he would not be able to fire. It could be said that the only thing that he could use to defend himself were these seemingly unremarkable little things. If he used them to deal with ordinary people, he would be able to kill them with one shot. Mabel obviously noticed Andre's action of stroking the bronze fire spear. Not to mention, each of the spears was carved with exquisite patterns. At a glance, one could tell that they were expensive. She hesitated for a few seconds and asked tentatively, "Sorry, can I ask what you are holding in your hand? Some kind of magic equipment or weapon?" Andre smiled and nodded. "Yes, it is similar to a crossbow. One is to shoot arrows, and the other is to shoot bullets. But right now, I lack a medium that can produce propelling force, so I can't use it for the time being. Tomorrow, I will buy some and mix it. It will immediately become a sharp weapon to kill people." "Really? It can shoot through people like an arrow?" Fiona's 2 eyes stared at the bronze fire spear, eager to take a closer look. "Of course. When I come back tomorrow, I can show you. Within 15 to 20 meters, the bullets it shoots can even penetrate iron breastplates. Once a human is hit, if they are not treated in time, there is no possibility of survival. Andre said, as he threw one of the spears to the girl in order to satisfy her strong curiosity. Fiona hurriedly took it in her hand and carefully observed the internal structure. After a long time, she still could not figure out the knack. Perhaps the mechanical structure of the bronze fire spear was not complicated, but for a fisherman's daughter who did not even know how to read, it was a hell of a level of difficulty. After fiddling with it, for a while, she returned it to Andre. After all, in this world, those who could make things like ballistas, and catapults were all considered high-level technical talents, not to mention high-level goods like firearms. In the following time, the three of them got together and chatted. It was mainly Andre who introduced the situation of Linton City to the siblings, especially after hearing that he had a huge territory. As the elder brother, Mabel's desire to escape from the Sardinia Islands grew stronger and stronger. As for the naive Fiona, she looked at Andre with a look of admiration and spoke with assurance. From time to time, she would exclaim in surprise, and her eyes revealed undisguised love. As a girl who grew up on a remote island, Andre could be said to be the most handsome, most knowledgeable, and most elegant young man she had ever seen. In addition, at the age of 18 or 19, she was most interested in the opposite sex, so it was normal for her to have feelings of love. Chapter 438. Mabel, who was observing her younger sister's every move, had no intention of stopping her. Instead, she was happy to see it happen. He knew that his younger sister might not be able to achieve anything as a noble, but at the very least, she could leave behind a beautiful memory. It was much better than being targeted by the fishy fishers on the island or being targeted by the pirates. As the night deepened, Andre, who was weak, quickly fell asleep. The other two also quickly laid down to rest. As there were only 2 beds in the room, and Mabel occupied one of them, Fiona could only squeeze with Andre. Unsure if it was intentional or not, the little girl deliberately pressed her body close to Andre after the lights were turned off. She entered her dream with a satisfied smile on her face. The night on the island was particularly quiet, accompanied by the sound of the sea breeze and waves. Andre had a strange dream. In the dream, there was a huge eye floating in the air. No matter how he ran or hid, he couldn't escape from that terrifying gaze. In the end, he accidentally fell into a bottomless abyss and kept falling as if there was no end to the abyss after an unknown period of time. It could be a minute, or it could be an hour, or even longer. Suddenly, Andre realized that the eye that had been chasing after him had appeared at the bottom of the abyss. It was like a monster that had opened its bloody mouth and sucked him into the eye. Then an indescribable amount of knowledge surged into his brain crazily. It was as if his nerves were being squeezed, and the terrifying pain caused him to let out a heart-wrenching scream in just a few seconds. His eyeballs flew out from his eye sockets with a bang, and then exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Just when he thought he had gone blind, the blood that spurted out gradually condensed into a pair of violet eyes, especially the golden light that was faintly discernible in the pupils, making him look like a god. Boom! With a loud bang, the abyss shattered completely. A huge eye stood in front of Andre. It stared at the human in front of it as if it was communicating silently. But it was a pity that Andre didn't understand what it was trying to say. When he reached out to touch it, a strange voice instantly echoed in his mind. "I've woken up from a deep sleep. I need more energy. You are a special individual that I have chosen. You bear a great responsibility. Please integrate the power of the 2 worlds, magic and technology. Uncover the truth of the universe. Become the true master of Arcane. The turmoil of the material plane is coming. The barrier of the gods is weakening. Whether the world will usher in the twilight of the gods, or usher in the end of magic, it's all up to you to choose. Crazy demon, Lord, the treacherous and cunning Duke of the Devil, a heavenly creature that worshipped order and kindness, an incomparably tyrannical giant dragon, the creator race of the ancient era, all dormant powers will soon awaken, along with the confrontation between good and evil. Chaos and order will clash when the son of winter once again soars into the sky. The era of the great prophecy will begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire dreamland instantly burst into a dazzling white light, and in the next second, it completely shattered with a bang. Andre opened his eyes abruptly and sat up from the bed, panting heavily. His naked upper body was completely soaked in sweat, and his hands were slightly trembling uncontrollably. That dream just now was too real. It was so real that he could remember every detail clearly, especially the last meaningful words, as if they were giving him some kind of hint. Is this just a dream or something else? Integrating the power of the two worlds. Maybe it's not that simple for me to come to this world, Andre muttered to himself as he steadied his breathing. At the same time, he activated the amulet to heal minor injuries 3 times a day, and soon his HP was restored to normal. Just as he was about to get up, Fiona pushed the door open and walked in with a set of linen clothes. She greeted him with a face full of surprise. "Good morning. You're finally awake. My brother is already loading the ship outside, and will set off in half an hour at most. Your previous set was too conspicuous. Once it was noticed by the pirates, I'm afraid it would be very troublesome, so I specially found a set of old clothes. Quickly change into them." "Thank you, you're so thoughtful." After thanking her, Andre took the linen clothes and quickly put them on. He was very clear that even though he didn't use overly luxurious silk or velvet for his custom-made pirate overcoat, he still used quite a bit of cotton. Perhaps it wouldn't be much in the relatively wealthy Linton City, but in the Sardinia Islands where resources were relatively scarce, this set of clothes was enough to attract the attention of many, both in terms of style and material. After changing into a set of gray linen robes and a pair of wooden shoes, Andre completely transformed from a noble with an unconventional demeanor into a rather handsome village youth. If one didn't pay attention to the faint majesty exuding from his eyes, no one would associate him with the potion master of Linton City. In addition, the color of his hair, eyebrows, and pupils had all changed from the original fiery red to a translucent silver white. Apart from a very few close friends and family members, it would be strange if anyone could recognize him. Fiona used a white cloth to tie up her shawl hair and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent! I'm willing to bet that all the girls in Valen City will be smitten with you." Andre rubbed his somewhat tense scalp and sighed with a wry smile. "Thank you for your praise, but I don't want to charm anyone, nor do I want to attract the attention of others. Give me a cloak. I plan to hide under the hood the entire time and minimize contact as much as possible. Here, this is your cloak. It's not as conspicuous as your clothes, so it shouldn't matter if you wear it." As she spoke, Fiona handed over the anti-detection cloak. Silent murmurs. Quickly putting on the cloak and hood, Andre completely disguised himself, leaving only the area below his nose. It was impossible to determine his age and gender, nor his occupation and identity. In the time that followed, he washed his face, used a crushed tree branch to clean his teeth, and had a simple breakfast. After that, he steered the small fishing boat with Mabel and slowly sailed towards the center of the Sardinia Islands. Along the way, they encountered many ships coming in and out. There were smuggling ships that came to do business, as well as pirate ships that went out to rob or returned from robberies. Just from the number alone, it was very shocking. It was no wonder that Linton City had been locked in a stalemate for hundreds of years. Even if they suffered heavy losses, they could quickly recover. Chapter 439. It was common knowledge that the interior of the Sardinia archipelago was filled with submerged reefs and torrents. If one wasn't familiar with these waters, there was a 99% chance that they would hit the reefs and capsize. Thus, Mabel was very careful as she stood at the bow of the ship and poked at the surface of the sea with her oars. It took a full 2 hours before they arrived at the legendary city of pirates, Valen. It had to be said that this city was very unique. It was located in a natural deep water area, and a third of it was pieced together from damaged ships. From afar, it looked like a ship was stacked on top of another, extending from the land to the sea. All sorts of ladders, ropes, and planks connected everything together. The remaining 2/3 were built on steep slopes. It was unknown what method the pirates had used to carve out large platforms on top. All sorts of shops, taverns, hotels, brothels, and markets were set up everywhere. There was no planning to speak of. The uneven and disorderly feeling was the first impression that this city had left on Andre. As for his second impression, it was the noisy hawking. The two mixed together to form the strange, chaotic scene in front of him. He finally understood why Lincoln City had never launched an attack on this place. The reason was simple. On one hand, the terrain was too complicated. On the other hand, the platforms on the land were filled with ballistae and catapults. With the advantage of the high ground, the fleets would suffer heavy losses before they could even approach. From a certain perspective, Valen City was an impregnable fortress, at least not until the power of the cannons reached the level of the First World War. Looking at the city in the distance that wasn't quiet for a moment, Andre couldn't help but sigh. It's truly an indescribable place. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a miracle. I simply can't imagine how the pirates built it back then, and how they ensured that it wouldn't collapse in such a chaotic situation. In just a few minutes, he saw at least 3 robberies, 2 murders, and a dozen thieves reaching into other people's pockets. If you want to survive here, you just need to learn 2 things. The first is to never speak to a drunk pirate. No matter how he provokes you, don't respond. The second is to keep your mouth shut. No matter how beautiful a woman is, don't pay attention to her. Otherwise, you'll soon know what it means to be the most vicious. Not only would they steal money from strangers, but they would also stab you in the throat while they were doing it with you. This city was a paradise for criminals, but it was also hell for strangers, especially the part that extended to the sea. Almost everyone's hands were stained with the blood of innocents. Fortunately, we don't need to stop here. Otherwise, we would have to bring a few more armed companions. After saying that, Mabel ignored the prostitutes who were showing off their full breasts and thighs in front of him and headed straight for the plank road by the shore. When the prostitutes realized that the boat had no intention of stopping, they immediately changed their expressions and started cursing loudly. The content of their curses was filled with all kinds of filthy words, enough to make any normal person blush. However, Mabel didn't mind at all. Instead, she raised her middle finger and smiled at Andre. Did you see that? This is their original attitude. They are a group of vicious wolves that can swallow a man whole. Ha! Don't worry. I've seen women more valiant and scheming than this. Andre also laughed loudly in response. Perhaps the prostitutes of Valen City were better in terms of viciousness, but their acting skills were far inferior to the scheming bitches he'd seen in his previous life. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Let's go to the Thousand Sails Inn to sell the tuna meat first. Then I'll take you on a shopping spree. Perhaps it was because he had hope of leaving, or because he suddenly had a large sum of money on hand, but the young man's spirits were exceptionally high today. He even rowed the boat with all his might. They quickly passed through the crisscrossing waterways and slowly approached a 3-story wooden building with a hubbub of voices. The large signboard at the entrance read, "Thousand sails in your warm home." Just as the boat filled with fish docked at the simple dock, the inn's door was knocked open with a bang. A drunken pirate around 30 years old drew a parabola in the air and fell into the sea with a plop. Following closely was a bald man over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles all over his body. He shouted loudly, "Remember, keep your eyes open in the future. This is the territory of Iron Fist Garrick. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'll make sure to wake them up properly." "Damn it, you bastard. How dare you throw me into the sea? I'm the subordinate of Captain Kent of the Sea Wolf. Just you wait. He'll definitely bring people to chop you into mincemeat." The pirate who fell into the water was unwilling to give up. He stared at the two ferocious eyes and threatened loudly. The burly man who called himself Iron Fist, Garrick sneered as he picked up a fist-sized pebble from the ground and threw it with all his strength, accurately hitting the target's head. Bang! Following a blood-curdling scream, the pirate held onto his bleeding forehead and quickly sank, disappearing from the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a string of bubbles. Without a doubt, in his situation, he would die within a few minutes once he sank into the water. The chances of him surviving were basically zero. After staring at the surface of the sea for a long time and confirming that the other party had not escaped elsewhere, Garrick curled his lips and mocked with a sinister expression, "Idiot! If you were smart, you would have kept your mouth shut and secretly brought people back for revenge. I don't have the habit of leaving behind future troubles for myself, so I'm very sorry, but I can only ask you to die." Andre did not expect that he would be involved in a conflict just as he was about to go ashore. To be precise, it was a blatant murder. The unlucky one, who was the most arrogant, had already sunk into the sea of corpses, and he did not know where his corpse would eventually emerge from. However, he noticed that the passers-by around him were not panicking at all. The guests in the hotel were also very calm, as if this was just a small matter that was not worth their attention. There were even a few people who were watching the show, clapping their hands and cheering. Abnormal. This city is definitely abnormal. Just as Andre was considering whether to go ashore immediately, Mabel suddenly waved at the burly man and shouted, "Boss Garrick, aren't you afraid that Captain Kent of the Sea Wolf will bring people to cause trouble? His ship is ranked in the top 30 among the pirates, and it's said that he once captured a real large warship." Chapter 440. I was wondering who it was. So it was you? What good stuff did you send today? Hurry up and take some out for me to try. Furthermore, I'm not afraid of the Sea Wolf captain. He may be a ferocious shark at sea, but once on land, he has to abide by the rules set by all the guilds. Otherwise, a dagger from behind will take his little life. Not to mention, that guy is just a small fry. He's only been on the ship for a few days, and he's already swindling people everywhere under the name of Sea Wolf. Even if I don't kill him, with Sea Wolf's ferocious personality, he'll have to deal with him sooner or later. Garrick stroked the thick hair on his chest, a trace of craftiness that didn't match his reckless appearance flashing through his eyes. As one of the leaders of Valen City's underground guilds, he was well aware of who he could offend and who he couldn't. Otherwise, he would have already died in some dark corner like those idiots who overestimated themselves. Perhaps by the time someone found him, his corpse would have already started rotting and eaten by rats beyond recognition. Nothing good, just tuna meat. If you don't mind, you can have a taste. As she spoke, Mabel carried a basket full of fish onto the dock and gestured for him to eat. Garrick didn't hold back at all. He picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with big mouthfuls, praising as he ate, "Not bad. The taste is very fresh, and it won't take more than a day. I'm sure it'll fetch a good price. All right, I'll inform the bartender for you. Someone will be here to buy it in a while. Remember, If anyone purposely comes looking for trouble, just mention my name." Finishing his words, he picked up the 50 kilograms of fish and walked into the chaotic inn without looking back. After watching the burly man leave, Andre smiled playfully and asked in a low voice, "Is that basket of fish a protection fee?" "How did you know?" Mabel opened her mouth wide in shock. She hadn't expected a noble to be able to understand the hidden rules of these guilds. In reality, everyone who came to Valen City to do business had to pay a protection fee. The specific situation depended on the value of the goods, and it usually wouldn't exceed 10%. Otherwise, don't even think about striking a deal here. Worse still, you might not even be able to keep your life. Hee, I'm not a fool. One of you took the initiative to give it away, while the other took it with a clear conscience. Naturally, it can't be a social interaction. The biggest possibility is that you're paying a protection fee. What's more, that guy called Garrick just shouted that this area is his territory. You can deduce the result with just a little bit of brain. Even though Andre had temporarily lost his ability as a mage, he still retained his intelligent brain and could easily discern what had just happened. Mabel smiled bitterly and nodded. "That's right, we are indeed paying protection fees. It seems that you're very used to the chaotic situation here. You didn't show the slightest bit of surprise from beginning to end." He had originally thought that as a noble, Andre would be flustered or frightened on his first visit to Valen City. After all, even many merchants who had come here to do business for a long time couldn't stand the numerous crimes in the city. Add to that the fact that many of the top 10 wanted criminals of the various cities were hiding in some small alleyway. Ordinary people would probably wet their pants just by hearing their names. Unfortunately, Andre wasn't an ordinary person. Having seen how a necromancer dissected a living person and conducted cruel experiments on them, he had long since trained his nerves of steel. Even if a red dragon were to descend from the sky at this moment and spit out flames hot enough to melt metal and turn Valen City into ruins, he wouldn't be the slightest bit flustered. There was a saying that people were all forced out. After receiving too much stimulation, one's nerves would become numb. If one wanted to experience the feeling of being frightened again, it would have to be at least 10 times more intense than the last time. Looking at the current situation, it would take the strength of a legendary lich to make Andre feel nervous, flustered, and at a loss. Just as the two were talking, a fatty of about the same height as his waist quickly walked out of the Thousand Sails Inn. He flung the fat on his body and ran to the simple dock as if he was flying. He shouted in an extremely deep voice, "Where's the fresh tuna meat? Hurry and take it out for me to see." Seeing the planks under the plank road creak under the weight of the fatty, Andre couldn't help but worry. He felt that the old and damp planks wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying weight. If the fatty fell into the sea, who would have the strength to pull him out? "Please take a look, excellent tuna meat. I've brought over 600 kilograms. Mabel obviously recognized this fatty. She directly opened the lids of all the wooden baskets and allowed him to inspect them. It doesn't smell strange. According to the current temperature, it shouldn't have been left for more than a day. The taste of the meat is rich." The fatty tore off a small piece of bright red fish and put it into his mouth to chew while muttering softly to himself. He looked like a gourmet. It took him a full minute to swallow the chewed fish, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his oily face. "Not bad. I want all of these." According to the calculation of 1 copper per kilogram, 600 kilograms is 50 silver coins. What do you think? One had to know that Oriar was not Earth. Tuna had been hunted to become a rare species, and the price was so expensive that ordinary people couldn't afford it. They could only eat it occasionally to satisfy their cravings. Due to the limitations of navigation technology, most fishing boats here could only catch near the sea. The mesh of the fishing net was very large, and it was easy to find a school of fish. 1 or 2 tuna could be caught every once in a while, so the price was very cheap. After all, a beef cow weighing between 800 kilograms and a ton only cost 15 gold coins. In the coastal areas, the price of fish was generally much cheaper than that of livestock and poultry. 1 copper coin per kilogram was only because of the freshness of the meat. No problem. Just give me 50 silver coins. Mabel agreed, without even thinking about it. As a fisherman who often came to sell seafood, he understood that this price was not a loss for him. After paying the taxes of 50 silver coins, he should still have a lot left. It should be enough to buy some daily necessities for his family, such as linen, salt, flour, and so on. After the deal was reached, the fatty quickly took out 50 greasy silver coins from the leather pouch at his waist. He then waved to the waiter behind him, and baskets of fish were carried into the kitchen of the inn. Not long after, an advertisement board for a special tuna meal was hung at the door. Mabel happily counted every single silver coin, looking very happy. Although he still had more than 300 gold coins in his pocket, he felt that they didn't belong to him. They were the rewards he earned through his hard work, so he felt at ease spending them. Chapter 441. After carefully counting the coins 3 times, the young man reluctantly put all the silver coins into a bag and hid them well. He then turned around and said to Andre, "Now it's time to buy things. Follow me closely. No matter what strange things you see, don't stop walking. Lead the way. Let's go directly to the blacksmith shop and ask the master to buy a set of tools that he usually uses." In fact, Andre wasn't too sure what tools were needed to open a blacksmith shop. He only vaguely remembered that there were iron stoves, iron felt, hammers of different sizes, fire tongs, bellows, pincers, and water basins. There were also some small tools that he wasn't too sure about, so it was easier to find a blacksmith to buy them directly. The blacksmith shop is at the top of the city, next to the market. It will take about 10 minutes to walk there. Follow me. After saying that, Mabel stepped forward and climbed up a stone staircase that was covered in moss. His pair of big feet that were not wearing shoes seemed to be unable to feel the weight of his feet. His speed was very fast, and he turned a blind eye to what was happening around him. Andre followed closely behind. After just a few minutes, he was a little out of breath and short of breath. It was clear that although his vitality had reached 15 points, his weakened state still had a very big impact. Just a little bit of intense activity immediately made him feel a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, it was only a 12-minute walk from the simple dock to the blacksmith shop. Otherwise, he was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to hold on. Just when the two of them were less than 30 meters away from the blacksmith shop sign, a little fellow that was less than a meter tall and agile suddenly rushed out from the chaotic crowd of the market. From afar, she looked like a little girl of about 10 years old. However, if one looked closely, they would find that her facial features were slightly different from humans. She was obviously a halfling. As for her age, it was hard to say. She could be in her teens, or she could be in her 20s or 30s. In any case, halflings had a longer lifespan than humans, so they aged very slowly. The lifespan of a halfling could theoretically reach up to 150 years. Generally speaking, they would only begin to age around the age of 40 to 60. Before that, they could almost always maintain the appearance of a Lolita or a Shota. Coupled with their childish personality, it was enough to make the Lulakan otakus or Shota Fujoshi on Earth excited. However, Andre obviously wasn't a Lulakan, and he didn't want to get involved in any troublesome matters. So, he immediately retreated and made way for them. "Hee. Thank you." The handsome guy with silver hair and silver eyes. The halfling woman with a cute baby face and long brown hair that fluttered in the wind curled up the corner of her mouth, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. She spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Just as she stepped past Andre, a few armed pirates rushed out of the market and shouted fiercely, "Borsha, you damn thief! How dare you touch our things? No matter where you hide, they were all dead meat today. Stop her! Hurry up and stop her!" The short person called Borsha wasn't afraid of the other party's threat at all. Instead, she turned her head and stuck out her tongue as if she was playing a prank. She laughed loudly and retorted, "Ha ha! Do you think you can catch me with your clumsy looks? Dream on! I'm Borsha, the best thief, pickpocket, and burglary expert in all of Valen City. Goodbye, everyone from the Devil's Ship, and help me pass on my most sincere greetings to your Captain Casimircus." As she spoke, she deliberately shook the leather pouch in her arms. From the clinking sounds, one could tell that it was filled with either gold coins or gems. The leader of the pirates was immediately enraged. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Good, good, good, stinking whore. I promise that I'll catch you out of your rat's nest before nightfall. Everyone listen up. In the name of Captain Casimircus of the Devil's Ship, I hereby announce a bounty. Anyone who can capture the thief Portia alive will receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins from us. Oh, gods above, the chance to strike it rich has come. Charge, catch that halfling. Hooray, for the bounty!" As the pirates announced the bounty in front of everyone, the entire market instantly boiled over. The originally indifferent crowd was like a pack of wolves that had suddenly discovered their prey. Their eyes were red as they crazily rushed out, like a flood that was roaring past. Seeing that so many people wanted to capture her and claim the bounty, Portia was clearly shocked. She no longer cared about continuing to talk nonsense, and hurriedly turned around and ran toward the chaotic lower half of the city. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared from sight. Andre smiled and shrugged his shoulders, muttering to himself, "Interesting, this city is really full of vitality. It can totally be called a paradise for criminals and adventurers. I suddenly understand why so many people are willing to settle down here. Let's go, let's hurry up and finish our shopping and leave. Once the bounty is announced, it won't be long before more than half of the members of the underground guilds start searching for the target. When that happens, Valen City will become abnormally dangerous, and we might even get involved." With that, Mabel took the lead and pushed open the door, walking into the clanking blacksmith shop. Unlike the large-scale work of hundreds of people in Linton City, the blacksmith shop in Valen City was small and shabby, and the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths was also very average. Most of the weapons hung on the walls for sale were made of pig iron. Although there were a few items made of steel, they were too few in number and very expensive. As for armor, there was basically only leather and inlaid armor. There were none of the more technically demanding chainmail, breastplate, or plate armor. Of course, this might have something to do with the fact that pirates didn't like to wear overly heavy armor. After all, it was easy to fall into the water if you weren't careful when fighting on the sea. Leather and inlaid armor were fine, but heavy plate and breastplate armor would probably sink to the bottom in an instant, unable to float. Without wasting any time, Mabel immediately stated what she wanted to buy. The old blacksmith, who looked to be in his 50s, didn't say anything else and immediately had his disciple take out a set of spare tools. At the same time, he also gave them a blueprint for a furnace, as well as large amounts of iron ingots and coke, spending a total of 160 gold coins. Actually, the tools only took up a very small portion of the total, with most of the cost being in the iron ingots and coke. Due to the large number of purchases, the old blacksmith even had his disciple deliver the goods to the ship for free. If the two of them wanted to transport so many items to the simple docks, it would take at least 20 to 30 trips. Chapter 442, Andre, and Mabel made use of this time to walk around the nearby market. The former bought enough sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal from a few shops, while the latter bought a large bag of flour, linen, salt, and other daily necessities. It had to be said that although this city of pirates was filled with chaos and slaughter, the variety of goods was surprisingly plentiful. It was just that the prices were more than double, and the slave market was especially lively. The pirates escorted the sailors, merchants, and nobles who had captured merchant ships back and auctioned them off in front of everyone. The smugglers didn't hesitate to buy the cheaper goods and ship them to distant countries to be sold. Among all the slaves, the most miserable ones were the women. Before the auction, they had been raped by the pirates no less than 100 times. Every single one of them was naked from head to toe. Their expressions were wooden, and their eyes were lifeless. They were like walking corpses. Even if there were one or two young girls who managed to preserve their chastity, their fates were not any better. The only reason they hadn't been violated was because of their special status. For example, they were nobles. In order to sell them at a higher price, pirate captains would normally forbid their crew from acting rudely. One had to know that there was never a lack of thrill-seeking perverts in this world. Many merchants engaged in smuggling were rather wealthy, but their social status was very low. Because their wealth couldn't see the light of day, they developed many disgusting hobbies. Among them, it was very common to press down on noble young girls and wantonly humiliate them. When they got tired of playing with them, they would sell them to brothels. It could be said that the moment these young girls fell into the hands of the pirates, they were destined to live a miserable life for the rest of their lives. Even the families behind them would choose to ignore them because their existence was a huge stain on the nobles' reputation. News of their deaths would often be announced to the outside world not long after, and the person would cease to exist. Without a doubt, Valen City was a city of sin, a city of chaos, and a city of desire. Most of the people who lived here had many pasts they didn't want to talk about. It could be betrayal, hatred, or a heartbroken love story. Travelers from all corners of the continent blended together with residents of all shapes and sizes, and it was filled with an exotic atmosphere. There were sexy and enchanting dancers from the desert, snake charmers from the western islands, and bow makers from the grassland kingdom. All of these factors combined to form the abnormal prosperity of Pirate City. In addition, the pirates continuously threw gold, silver, jewels, slaves, goods, and ships into the market, further stimulating the economy and causing countless smugglers to treat this place as their own paradise. After completing the purchase mission, the two of them did not stay for too long. They quickly walked down the stairs and returned to the dock. Along the way, they saw many people with fierce eyes and hurried expressions. They even found more than a dozen people fighting in an alley. Just as Mabel had said before, the underground guild hidden behind the chaos of Valen City finally began to move after the news of the bounty of 1,000 gold coins quickly spread. It was like a man-eating monster, constantly devouring fresh life. Even the prostitutes were passing information to each other, and more than half of the residents began to search for the halfling thief called Portia. However, all of this had nothing to do with Andre. After paying a dozen or so silver coins as tax, they quickly drove a small boat filled with various tools, iron ingots, and coke slowly out of the harbor. Even though Valen City didn't collect any taxes from outside merchants, it imposed a heavy tax of around 20% on the local residents. This was especially true for the descendants of slaves like Mabel, who had been repeatedly exploited for a long time. Even the people in charge of collecting taxes would take advantage of the situation. They were basically people who could be bullied by anyone. Watching Valen City gradually disappear into the distance, Andre took off his hood and heaved a sigh of relief. He said with a smile, "Our luck isn't bad. We stayed in a place with such poor security for over 3 hours and didn't run into any trouble. We're practically blessed by the goddess of luck. Mm, mm. I completely agree with this point. If it wasn't for you guys, it would have been almost impossible for me to escape from the pursuit of so many people. A clear and melodious female voice came from the wooden barrel filled with charcoal. Who is it? Who's there? Mabel immediately raised her and asked loudly. If the person inside made any strange movements, she would immediately smash the oar down and smash the other party's head. Ah ha ha ha. Relax. I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just hitching a ride. As she spoke, a little fellow with a black face popped out from inside and patted away the black ash on her body. From her short stature and bright eyes, one could vaguely tell that she was the thief they'd met not too long ago and was wanted by the pirates, Portia. Damn it! Why are you hiding on our boat? After recognizing who it was, Mabel put down the oar in her hand and cried out in shock. Portia wiped her black face and smiled faintly, revealing a mouthful of pure white teeth. Ha ha! Who asked your boat to be the closest and filled with goods? Isn't this the perfect hiding place? Of course, as a thief with a conscience, I won't be your boat for free. Here, this is the fare. If you take it, we'll be accomplices. You must not tell anyone about my whereabouts. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a thumb-sized jade to Mabel. Then she crouched near the side of the boat and used seawater to wash the ash on her face. Oh, damn it! Such a big jade. No wonder the pirates on the Devil's ship issued a bounty. Oh my God! Oh my God! Have I been cursed by the goddess of misfortune? Mabel was obviously frightened and almost threw the valuable jade on the ground. At the same time, her eyes were full of fear as she looked at the halfling. He could almost imagine how furious Captain Casimir Kiz, who was known as the devil in human skin, would be at this moment. If the other party knew that he had unintentionally helped the thief in front of him, then there was no doubt that he would be torn to pieces. Don't expect pirates to reason with ordinary people. They relied on robbing for a living and had developed a bad habit. They pursued the idea that if they could rob, they would never steal. If they could steal, they would never act shamelessly. If they could farm shamelessly, they would never pay. If someone dared to touch their property, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Anyone who was involved in this matter would definitely be implicated. The most likely outcome was being hacked to death. Chapter 443. Aha! Don't mind it. As long as you don't say anything, I don't say anything, and that handsome guy over there doesn't say anything, who will know? As a big guy, you're a little too timid. Boscia wiped the seawater off her face and stared at Mabel with her big bright eyes, speaking in a bewitching tone. It could be seen that there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in her heart. On the contrary, she seemed to be eager to try, as if being chased by half the city was a very exciting and fun thing to do. To some extent, a halfling's lively, active, and adventurous nature was vividly reflected in her. Although she was only a little girl, less than a meter tall, she had an unwavering heart. However, Mabel was obviously not as calm as Boscia. She stared at the emerald in her hand and muttered to herself in a daze, "It's over. It's completely over. Captain Casimirkis will definitely find out the truth. Although I'm not the main culprit, he'll definitely take his anger out on me. Why am I so unlucky? I'm actually involved in this." She didn't know if it was because she was too scared or because she was inexplicably involved in a dangerous situation, but the last few words were almost roared out. It couldn't be helped. For an honest fisherman, not being scared to the point of wetting his pants was already considered a strong psychological quality. After all, when Mabel was a child, she had personally witnessed the atrocities of the pirates. The strength and cruelty of the pirates were like a shadow that shrouded her heart. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any psychological problems. Boscia curled her lips in disdain. She carefully maintained her balance along the side of the boat and skipped to Andre. She playfully blinked her eyes and asked, "Hey, don't tell me you're scared too? If that's the case, then it's going to be boring. I'm still looking forward to an exciting adventure." "Scared? Hee hee, I haven't fallen to the point of being scared by a mere pirate ship. Tell me, what did you steal that made those people make such a big fuss?" Andre playfully asked as he sized up the little girl standing in front of him. He had read some information about halflings in books, so he knew some of the characteristics of this race, such as being opportunistic and having a strong hobby of collecting. These special races, which were only half the height of humans, often had a strong tendency towards chaos. Most of the time, they didn't steal because they were forced to, but because they didn't want to be bored, even if they had to die for it. Of course, they also had a special ability, which was to sense danger. Once a devastating disaster was about to happen in an area, most of the halflings would sense it and flee like small animals before an earthquake. Many of them had escaped the disaster by following them. However, the migration of the halflings was not always due to disasters. It was more due to the nature of their race. More than 50% of the halflings hated living in the same place. They preferred to wander around, see different sceneries, and meet different people. Generally speaking, most of the time, they migrated in the form of a tribe or family, but there were also a few who acted alone. These guys were either thieves waiting for an opportunity to make a fortune and run away, or little rascals whose minds were full of cunning thoughts. Obviously, Portia belonged to the former category. She was a professional thief who made a living by stealing. Although her specific level was still unknown, her skills in stealth, picking locks, pickpocketing, and detecting traps were definitely among the best in the industry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to steal a bag of jewelry from a heavily guarded pirate ship. She had a head of thick brown hair, but because she hadn't taken care of it for a long time, it was messy and draped over her shoulders. Her black eyes revealed her owner's strong curiosity at the moment. Her skin was very healthy and rosy, and her round face with a little baby fat looked very cute. Coupled with her slender and nimble body, as well as her disproportionately full twin peaks and perky buttocks, she was definitely the type with a child's face and huge breasts. Even Andre had to admit that she was indeed very attractive to the eyes of men, especially when he looked down at the cleavage in the middle of her collar. Even with his strong will, he felt a slight impulse. If it were a Lulakan otaku, he might have turned into a wolf in an instant, pouncing on her and swallowing her whole. Portia didn't seem to notice that she was exposed, or perhaps she didn't care at all. She gently opened the bag in her arms, revealing a dazzling light in an instant. Rubies, sapphires, diamonds, topaz, amber, turquoise, malachite, agate. Under the illumination of the sun, they emitted strange colors. There wasn't a single gold coin in the bag, but all of them were expensive gems. "How is it? I've done well this time, right?" Those idiots thought that locking the items in the metal cabinet was foolproof. In the end, I easily pried open the lock and stole everything while they were drunk. If I hadn't accidentally met a cat when I came out, I might still be in the dark. Portia proudly flaunted her spoils of war, completely unaware that Mabel's face had turned green on the other side. One had to know that gems weren't just decorative items in Ore, but also important magical materials. Almost all enchantments required the consumption of certain types of gems, so there was no such thing as market saturation. The prices were always high, and many people liked to use gold coins to buy gems, then find a place where no one knew where to hide them in case of an emergency. The bag in front of them contained at least 100 or 200 gems of various types. Even at the lowest price, it would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It was probably the savings of all the members of the Devil's Ship over many years. No wonder the other party had issued a bounty. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have given up so easily. Without a doubt, such a large sum of money was enough to make anyone go crazy. The reason why the underground guilds of Valen City had mobilized all their members wasn't for a mere 1,000 gold coins. Their true goal was the gems in the bag. No matter who obtained it in the end, they wouldn't return it to the pirates. Drug-eat-dog situations couldn't be more common in the city of pirates. After understanding the situation, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Portia's thick hair, praising with a smile, "Beautifully done. You're the best thief I've ever seen, and at the same time, the most daring. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to find a place to hide and wait for the news to blow over before escaping the Sardinia Islands? Or do you want to find an opportunity to bribe a returning smuggler and leave directly?" Chapter 444. Oh, I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. Portia rubbed her chin and thought for a long time before she finally shrugged with a smile. It was obvious that both her theft and escape had been done on the spur of the moment. She didn't have any plans to speak of. In fact, this was the embodiment of the chaotic nature of halflings. Most of the time, they did as they pleased and did whatever they wanted without considering the consequences or the path of retreat. How about this? You can follow us back to Sea Turtle Island and stay there for a while. There are few people there anyway, so we shouldn't be discovered. We can slowly think about it when the time comes. Also, let's get to know each other. My name is Gond, 14 years old this year, and I'm a blacksmith. Andre bent down and extended his right hand as he spoke, at the same time giving a temporary fake name. Although he couldn't sense any special motives for the time being, he still had a basic sense of vigilance. At the very least, he wouldn't reveal his true identity to a third person before he recovered his strength as a mage. All right, I was just worrying about where to go to lie low. Nice to meet you, interesting, handsome human. My name is Portia, 26 years old this year, and I'm a thief. After introducing herself, the halfling with a youthful face and a voluptuous figure stood on her tiptoes and happily shook hands with Andre. 26 years old. Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. So you're saying that you haven't reached adulthood for long, yet you've already become an experienced thief with outstanding skills. Due to their longer lifespans, halflings reached adulthood slightly later than humans, around 20 years old. Although they started learning how to steal, sneak, and pick locks when they were children, to possess such superb skills at the age of 26 could definitely be described as a genius. He'd originally thought that this little fellow in front of him was at least 40 years old. He never would have thought that she had only reached adulthood recently. Portia rubbed her nose with a smile and said proudly, "Haha, I've been a pickpocket on the streets since I was 10 years old. I could break into houses when I was 14, and I could easily see through traps and pick any lock when I was 20. You could say that I'm the king of thieves in Valen City. No one is better than me in terms of technique." This was the first time that Andre had seen someone who was not ashamed of their criminal past, and instead felt proud of it. He found it very interesting, and quickly began to inquire about the other party's past. In the end, the more they talked, the more they got along. They directly ignored Mabel, who was in charge of rowing the boat, and let her sigh helplessly. The young man couldn't figure out what the noble he saved was thinking. Why would he invite an audacious thief who had a bounty on his head? However, as a person who knew her own limitations, Mabel knew that she was far inferior to Andre, who was a noble and a mage in terms of intelligence and vision. He must have a motive for doing this. That was why she didn't stop him. Instead, she silently thought about how she should deal with the situation if an accident were to happen. In fact, Andre had noticed Mabel's reaction from the start. But in his opinion, compared to the young man's unnecessary worries, it was more important to rope Portia in as soon as possible. This was because he had many plans that required a thief who was adept at stealth to complete. Now that he had one, it would be difficult to find a second one if he didn't put in more effort. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, the boat that was returning from a rewarding journey quickly made its way around the dangerous reefs and rapids. Finally, it slowly sailed into the harbor of Sea Turtle Island around 2 in the afternoon. Perhaps because there were fewer residents here, there was no dock at all. Mabel directly pushed the fishing boat onto the soft beach, and then loaded a portion of the goods onto the trailer parked by the forest. The three of them pushed the trailer towards the wooden house in the distance. Because there were simply too many things, it was impossible to load them all in one go. Therefore, the first batch consisted of the more valuable iron ingots, tools, cloth, and flour. It didn't matter if the rest of the coal was seen by others. After all, there were only a few dozen families on the entire island, and everyone would see each other frequently. Generally speaking, there were very few thieves. Moreover, for ordinary people, coal wasn't necessarily better than firewood, so it shouldn't be lost on the boat. Pushing the trailer full of goods through a bumpy forest path, the three of them quickly saw a shabby wooden house standing beside a huge rock. A large amount of fresh red fish hung on the wooden shelves around it, along with some dried scallops and seaweed. On the left side of the wooden house was a simple wooden shed, where dried firewood and sundries were piled up. Without a doubt, this was the home of Mabel and her sister. Although it looked very inconspicuous, it was enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. Moreover, Sea Turtle Island itself was sparsely populated, making it a suitable place to hide. Due to the changeable weather in summer and occasional storms, most of the residents on the island built their houses behind huge rocks or cliffs to prevent their houses from falling apart when the wind was strong. At the same time, the rocks could shelter them from the scorching summer sun. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. This is where they live. It looks pretty good. I thought it would be a simple cave. Portia's eyes shone as she muttered softly to herself. Cave. The corner of Andre's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this word. What kind of strange thoughts are in your head? You actually thought that we would live in a cave. Along the way, he had fully understood how abnormal this big-breasted Loli's way of thinking was. Not only was there a problem with her outlook on life and values, but she was also muddle-headed in many aspects of common sense. She would often come up with some whimsical ideas, such as whether or not cutting a few holes in the side of the boat could reduce air resistance and speed up the boat. Fortunately, Mabel's reaction was fast enough to stop Portia's actions of destroying the boat. Otherwise, the three of them would have met with the stupidest shipwreck in history, and the things on the boat would have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Since then, Andre had reevaluated her danger level. In the end, he found that she was a completely unstable bomb. If he didn't keep a close eye on her, who knew when she would detonate and kill everyone around her? The big-breasted Loli was obviously unaware of this. Just as she was about to rush over to see the seafood drying on the wooden shelf, a fierce quarrel suddenly broke out in the wooden house. Scram! All of you scram! You're not welcome here. Edmund, if you dare to take one step closer to this house, I'll tell my brother and let him teach you a lesson. Chapter 445. Ha ha! Did you hear that? He actually dares to threaten me. Don't think that no one dares to do anything to you, just because you have Mabel protecting you. I'll tell you the truth. We have already been recruited by the Sea Wolf, and it won't take long for us to become a powerful pirate. You'd better consider the consequences of rejecting us now, or else, Boss, why are you wasting your breath on this woman? Just strip her naked and let her become a real woman. Then we can bask in the glory together. Yes, yes, look at those full breasts and round buttocks. It's simply making people burn with lust. I can't wait to watch a good show. Not knowing if it was due to the lust that had taken over their brains, for a moment, all kinds of obscenities kept coming out from the crack of the door. It was obvious that they were definitely here for Fiona. Mabel, who had always relied on her sister for survival, heard these words, and her face instantly changed. Her eyes were filled with anger. She threw down the trailer, grabbed a thick wooden stick, and rushed into the wooden house. Portia followed the halfling's personality of liking a lively scene. Without saying a word, she took out the dagger that she carried with her and followed. She was not to be underestimated just because of her small size. Although she might not be as strong as a human in terms of strength, she was definitely not comparable to an ordinary human in terms of dexterity and body coordination. Especially the killing technique that bandits call backstab. It could often kill a feudal knight with just one blow. Of course, backstab was not a supernatural power. Rather than saying that it was a killing technique, it was better to say that it was a sneak attack technique. Its essence was to silently approach the target from behind, and then use a dagger, a short sword, or other small but powerful weapons at lightning speed to stab the heart, throat, brainstem, spine, eyes, and other vital parts of the target to achieve the effect of instant kill. It was said that a legendary bandit could kill an entire army that was sleeping without being discovered by the enemy, and could also silently sneak into any heavily guarded place. Even the archmages were wary of them. In just a few seconds, the big-breasted lowly had used light, shadows, footsteps, and breathing to make herself inconspicuous. The moment she stepped through the door, she disappeared into thin air, as if she had entered another world. This was the first time Andre had seen such superb stealth skills. Just from this point alone, he could tell that Portia's thief class was definitely not lower than level 8. She might even be higher than level 10. She was definitely a high-level professional. One had to know that Chloe's master, the female thiefless, wasn't even half as good as the big-breasted lowly, but she was already a level 6 thief. It was just that she spent most of her time and energy on tempering her battle skills. Seeing the two impulsively run into the wooden house, Andre could only sigh helplessly. He pulled out the only weapon he had on him, which was the cold steel dagger, and walked in through the front door. Although he wasn't good at close combat, with his newly enhanced strength and 17 points of dexterity, he had no problem bullying ordinary people who didn't even have a professional level. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Andre saw Mabel holding a wooden stick and confronting 5 young men in their early 20s. The leader of the group had a triangular face and a protruding mouth. Coupled with his dark skin and clothes, he looked like a gorilla. There was no need to ask to know that he was Edmund. The 4 people around him were also repulsive. They were either extremely ugly or had a wretched appearance. It was just like the old saying that birds of a feather flock together. At this moment, Fiona was holding a wooden basin and hiding in a corner, shivering. She was obviously frightened by the words, "just now." After all, she was still a girl who hadn't experienced human affairs. She had a natural fear of things like rape. Coupled with the trauma from her childhood, she curled up into a ball and seemed to be sobbing softly. Edmund obviously didn't expect that his evil deeds would be exposed. His eyes revealed a trace of panic, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. However, he quickly calmed down and stared at Mabel, who was glaring fiercely. He clenched his fist and asked in a low voice, "What do you want? Do you want to fight? There are 5 of us." Uffed. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing such a tone, Andre couldn't help but laugh out loud. Following that, he used a disdainful tone and said sarcastically, "Fight? That's interesting. This is the first time I've met an idiot who barged into someone's house, bullied a woman, and then asked her what she wanted. You should know that in some of the cities and villages in the north, just this alone would be enough to hang all of you. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, and then crawl out like a dog with your buttocks sticking out. Otherwise, maybe you'll have to say goodbye to a certain part of your body. His words infuriated Edmund's gang. One of them, a man with a ponytail, stepped forward and jabbed Andre's chest with his index finger. "You little bastard," he yelled. "Who do you think you are? If you don't want to die, shut your mouth immediately. Kneel down and beg for our forgiveness, or we'll beat you into a pig's head immediately. That's right. Our boss will soon be a crew member of the Seawolf. If you don't hurry and beg for mercy, you'll be in big trouble." Another guy also threatened. However, it was a pity that they didn't know who was standing in front of them. Just the fact that he was the chosen of the fire elemental Prince Isoldezer was enough to make countless people unable to sleep at night. The name of the Flaming Duke was enough to stop children from crying. Andre's eyes flashed with a trace of playfulness. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Borsha, your index finger." Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the corner. A dazzling cold light streaked across the air. Following that, half of a finger was cut off from the palm and rolled to the ground. Blood gushed out from the cut and splattered everywhere. The next second, my finger! My finger! The guy with the pigtail finally reacted. He covered his wound and rolled on the ground. The intense pain almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. The one who cut off his finger was none other than the big-breasted, lowly Borsha, who had entered stealth as soon as she entered the door. This little girl had a ruthlessness that didn't match her cute appearance. She didn't hold back at all when she cut off the finger. Just one strike was enough to make everyone look at her in a new light. There are more and more idiots nowadays. They can't even understand the language. But it doesn't matter. I believe that after this lesson, you'll understand that there are many people in this world that you can't afford to offend. If you see them, you'd better obediently take a detour. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the price. All right, don't cry so miserably. It's just a finger. It's not like your entire arm was cut off. Hurry up and get up. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Chapter 446. As Andre spoke sarcastically, he kicked the guy on the ground. The coldness on his face made the other four feel a chill down their spines, especially the aura that was unintentionally released. It was as if he did not take human life seriously. After all, they were just a bunch of bullies who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Usually they would at most fight and bully the kind and weak ordinary people. Once they faced a real strong person, they would immediately show their true colors. Edmund, who saw that the situation was not good, immediately gave a look to his subordinates and rushed out of the door without saying a word. However, he obviously underestimated the extent of Andre's anger at this moment. Before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him and hurriedly dodged to the side. Unfortunately, it was too late. A gleaming dagger accurately pierced his palm and nailed it to the wooden board with a bang. The person who threw the dagger was none other than Andre, who was emitting a dangerous aura from head to toe. As for the other 3 unlucky fellows, they did not manage to escape. They were all knocked to the ground by the furious Mabel. Wooden sticks as thick as an arm fell from the sky, like raindrops. In just a few minutes, they were beaten until they cried for their parents. The most serious injuries were their arms that were strangely deformed. It was obvious that they were broken. There was no brother in the world who could remain indifferent when he saw his sister almost being raped, let alone a brother like Mabel who relied on his sister for survival and supported each other through those difficult times. In fact, from the moment he entered the door and saw Fiona hiding in the corner, his rationality was already on the verge of collapse. Now that it finally exploded, He looked like a madman. He only stopped when the wooden sticks as thick as an arm were broken. His eyes were bloodshot as he panted heavily. The 3 unlucky fellows had already fainted. It was estimated that at least a third of the bones in their bodies were broken. One of them was even constantly vomiting dark red blood. His internal organs should have been shattered. It seemed that he would not be able to survive due to long-term physical labor and swimming. Mabel's physical fitness was already comparable to a level 1 professional warrior. According to Andre's estimation, her strength was at least around 15 to 17. Coupled with the fact that she attacked with hatred, the damage caused was extremely terrifying. Even if they did not die, they would be permanently disabled. Edmund wasn't much better off. All of his fingers had been cut off by Bordia's dagger, leaving only his bloody palm. It was about time for him to bid farewell to his career as a professional pirate and find a place to live out the rest of his life. The big-breasted Loli seemed to be particularly vicious towards men who raped women. She didn't show any mercy when torturing them. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of dirtying the floor, she would have even used a dagger to cut off their genitals and stuff them into their mouths, forcing them to swallow them alive. After all, Walloon was a city of sin. Growing up there, he had made a name for himself, so how could he not have some tricks up his sleeve? From Bortia's proficient cutting technique and her familiarity with human organs, it was easy to see that she had killed a lot of people. At the very least, she had killed no less than 50 people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to train herself to be so agile and flexible. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Mabel, Fiona, I was wrong. I was really wrong. It was all Edmund's idea. I was just bewitched. Seeing his companions in such miserable states, the guy with the ponytail had a mental breakdown. He couldn't care less about his broken index finger as he knelt on the ground and wept bitterly, afraid that he would follow in their footsteps. He had noticed Mabel's murderous gaze, the cold glint in Bortia's eyes, and of course, the chilling smile on Andre's face. Devil! The 3 people in front of him were all devils. The pitiful 9-fingered youth finally realized who he had offended, but now that things had come to this, he could only pray that the goddess of luck wouldn't kill him to silence him. Bortia, can you do me a small favor and make this guy shut up? His sobbing made me feel irritated. Andre glanced at the guy with the ponytail in disgust as he asked the big-breasted Loli. In his previous life, he hated hooligans who didn't consider the consequences of their actions and only regretted it when something big happened. They usually thought that they were fearless, but they were scared to the point of wetting their pants when they entered the police station. They were worse than 3-year-old children. Hee, no problem. I have a way to make people unable to scream no matter how much pain they're in. Saying this, the halfling bandit dashed in front of the youth who was trying to gain sympathy, raising his leg and kicking him. With a paw sound, this unlucky fellow's jaw was completely shattered. His throat also suffered a heavy blow. He instantly fell to the ground and coughed violently. At the same time, a large amount of blood foam spurted out. Very soon, he could no longer cry or wail. It had to be said that this kick was just right. If he had been a bit lighter, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the youth's jaw and vocal cords. If he had been a bit heavier, he might have died. Only by being neither too light nor too heavy would he have been able to make the youth lose his ability to speak without harming his life. Andre knew that he couldn't have done better without using arcane magic. Thus, he nodded approvingly. Excellent! Where did you learn this from? Teach me when you have time. I'll do the same the next time I meet a bastard who's pretending to be pitiful. Hee. This is the halfling's unique skill, the jaw-shattering throat grab. It's unlikely that you'll be able to use it with your height. Most of the halfling bandits in Valen City know a bit, but there aren't many like me who can control the strength to such an extent. Saying this, Portia ignored the victim lying on the ground with a pained expression. She quickly ran to Fiona's side and helped her up, comforting the frightened girl in a soft voice. It could be seen that this huge-breasted lowly didn't have a bad heart. She was just a bit more vicious towards her enemies. After all, there were so many dark forces in Valen City. If she didn't appear a bit more vicious, she wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Perhaps it was just like what a scholar once said. In this world full of schemes and traps, if a good person wanted to live longer, they had to appear more vicious than the bad. Blindly giving in and compromising would only make the other party take a mile after taking an inch. It wouldn't be long before one would become a lifeless corpse. As a transmigrator, Andre had always looked at the social class and conflicts in Orir from a detached perspective. He knew very well how vicious and merciless the ruling nobles were. At the same time, he had also seen the evil deeds of the gangs in the back streets of Linton City. In front of them, the so-called good forces were too weak. Even with the support of countless gods and churches of the good camp, they could only maintain a weak balance. Chapter 447. As a thief who had always been a partner in crime, Portia was naturally not as naive as she appeared to be. Perhaps there were many tear-jerking stories hidden behind her back, such as a tragic childhood or a situation where she had been violated over a long period of time. One should never underestimate the dark side of human nature, especially in a place like Pirate City where there were no morals or laws. Even the nobles who had always boasted of their elegant demeanor had scum who liked to ravage underage girls, not to mention pirates, smugglers, and gangsters. However, Andre did not like to pry into the privacy of others. It was fine as long as he knew that the big-breasted lowly had her own bottom line and was not a scoundrel blinded by greed. Thinking of this, he turned around and glanced at Mabel, who was slightly absent-minded after venting her anger. He took 2 steps forward and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Have you thought of how to deal with these bastards who wanted to rape your sister? If not, I have a few suggestions. I killed someone, and my mind is in a mess. I don't know what to do." After a long silence, the young man, whose hands were stained with blood, answered bitterly. In fact, he did not know what had happened just now. His entire being seemed to have fallen into an extremely terrifying state. It was as if all his anger had surged into his brain, and his body uncontrollably wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Andre patted him on the shoulder and comforted him softly. "Relax, my friend. You're too nervous. To put it more accurately, you haven't actually killed anyone. Aren't the 3 idiots on the ground still breathing? Besides, what can you do even if you killed them? After all, these bastards wanted to rape Fiona just now. If I were her brother, I would have thrown them all into the sea to feed the sharks. Remember, kindness is a good thing, but there must be a yardstick in the bottom of your heart. Once someone crosses this line, you must fight back. Otherwise, you'll only be seen as weak. Look at that ugly bastard called Edmund. He only dared to appear here today because he was aiming for this weakness of yours. If he showed any signs of doing something similar, you should have taught him a lesson. I guarantee that this scene would not have happened." Mabel was obviously unable to accept her actions. She shook her head in annoyance. "I understand what you're saying, but I didn't kill anyone on purpose. I lost my mind and acted like a wild beast. When I was very young, I discovered that I had this condition. As long as I received external stimulation, I would become impulsive and bloodthirsty. So, I have been suppressing it. Even if I suffer a little loss, I am unwilling to fight with others." "Oh, you said that when you're emotional, you have a bloodthirsty impulse." Andre's interest was instantly piqued. He stared at the young man's bloodshot eyes that had not completely faded away. Soon, he discovered that not only the young man's eyes, but even his body had undergone a certain degree of change, especially his muscles and skin, which had become abnormally rosy due to the large amount of blood congestion, and his heart was beating more vigorously than usual. It was as if his body had been strengthened to a certain extent. That's right. It's an extremely terrifying and crazy thought. At its most serious, even the people close to it might be harmed. Tell me, am I under some kind of curse? Mabel asked with a sullen face. For this symptom, he had asked many people. However, he still could not get a correct answer. After all, as the descendant of slaves, the people with the highest status that he could come into contact with were only smugglers. He did not have any knowledge about the abnormalities in his mind and body. It would be a problem if he could give an answer. After narrowing his eyes and carefully observing the young man's heart rate for a few minutes, Andre suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Curse? No, this is a blessing. Congratulations, my friend. If I'm not wrong, you should have some kind of barbarian bloodline. For example, barbarian, orc, half-giant, and so on. Those bloodthirsty and murderous impulses are completely a kind of innate talent. It is called berserk by the people. It can greatly increase a person's strength, physique, and explosive power in a short period of time. In short, you should be a natural warrior. You should be able to unleash your full potential in a dangerous battle. Just suppressing it is useless. Bloodline? Innate talent. Mabel lowered her head and stared at her blood-stained hands in shock. A trace of understanding quickly appeared on her face. The problem that had troubled him for more than 10 years was finally solved at this moment. He quickly threw the matter of beating people up to the back of his mind. A happy smile appeared on his face. All right, don't be too happy yet. How should we deal with these crippled people? Have you thought about it? I personally suggest that we tie a rock to their bodies and throw them into the sea. They have already seen Portia. If the news is leaked, it will easily lead to trouble. The best way is to silence them. Andre gave a very ruthless suggestion without blushing or skipping a beat. He had temporarily lost the power of a mage. Hence, he was merciless in dealing with his enemies. On one hand, it was to ensure his own safety to the greatest extent. On the other hand, it was to avoid trouble. One must know that although these bastards weren't good people, they were still residents of the island and had a complete family behind them. If their parents and relatives were to see this scene, they would definitely hate them. At that time, if they were to secretly inform the pirates, the consequences would definitely be very serious. It would be better to just not see them alive and not see their corpses. Mabel glanced at Edmund, who had fainted from the pain. She gritted her teeth and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. Throw all these bastards into the sea to feed the fishes. There was a saying that the most frightening thing was when honest people were angry. This was because while others were recklessly pouring out their anger, they were constantly accumulating, and accumulating. Once they reached a critical point, they would instantly explode with unbelievable power. Many seemingly honest people who didn't even dare to quarrel with others would often become strangers to even the people closest to them after losing their rationality. Some of them with extreme personalities would even kill to vent their anger. Clearly, Mabel was a living example of this. Although it was his first time beating someone half to death, he quickly got used to the fact that his hands were stained with the blood of his own kind. While no one noticed, he quickly knocked out the 5 unlucky bastards and carried them onto the trailer. He then tied a rock to each of them and threw them directly off the cliff on the west side of the island. They sank hundreds of meters into the sea. There was no hesitation or fear during the entire process. He didn't show any mercy just because he knew his opponents. It was as if he had seen through the nature of the world where the strong preyed on the weak and was determined to become a true powerhouse. Chapter 448. After everyone was busy cleaning up the blood and traces of fighting in the house, they returned to the boat that was docked on the beach and transported all the goods back. On the way, they met a few residents who had just returned from fishing and even greeted them as if nothing had happened. If he had not heard from Fiona that Mabel rarely participated in fights before this, Andre would not have believed that this was the first time the young man in front of him had killed someone, especially when he was still uneasy more than half an hour ago. However, ever since he found out the reason for his bloodthirsty impulse, it was as if he had completely changed into a different person. It was as if he had completed some kind of transformation in an instant, and his personality had matured a lot. He did not know if it was because Edmund and the others often went out to fool around. In short, their disappearance did not cause any impact, and the remote island once again returned to its tranquility. In the next 3 days, Andre instructed the siblings and the big-breasted Loli to quickly build a furnace for blacksmithing on the hillside 2 kilometers away from the wooden house according to the design on the blueprint. At the same time, they also built a wooden house that could shelter them from the wind and rain and piled all the things they bought inside. Anyway, there might not be any other specialties on Turtle Island, but there were plenty of lush trees. Cutting down a dozen of them would be enough. As for the roof, it was made of a large amount of dried kelp and a small amount of wood. Basically, there would be no problems as long as there was no typhoon. In order to ensure the quality of the project, Mabel did not go out to fish for the past few days. She was wholeheartedly helping Andre to build the blacksmith shop. Because of this incident, he finally made up his mind to leave the Sardinia Islands with his sister as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Fiona's beauty, she would attract more trouble sooner or later. 3 full days of busy time passed by in a flash. After all the preparations were done, Andre, who had recovered a part of his strength, could not wait to start the fire and began to forge for the first time. In order to confirm his true level, he deliberately smelted the pig iron ingots he bought back repeatedly to remove the impurities inside as much as possible. Then, he mixed in a certain proportion of charcoal to transform it into a more durable steel. After consuming 200 kilograms of pig iron, he barely managed to obtain 160 kilograms of steel billets. Perhaps it was because of the outdated craftsmanship. The loss rate was shockingly high. No wonder the price difference between iron products and steel products on the market was more than double. Not to mention the fact that blacksmiths who knew how to make steel cherished it. Just the loss, as well as the large amount of time and materials wasted, was considerable. One had to know that this 160 kilograms of steel billet had taken 2 whole days. In addition, Mabel's physical fitness was excellent, and she had to continuously operate the bellows. Otherwise, with the current conditions, the most she could get was some wrought iron with less impurities. You want steel? Dream on. A faint smile appeared on Andre's face as he looked at the bar-shaped billets that were neatly arranged on the shelf. He casually picked up a steel bar that was about a foot long, half a centimeter thick, and 2 centimeters wide. He turned around and asked the big-breasted Loli, who was dozing off in boredom, "Borsha, I'm going to start forging now. Do you have any weapon that you want?" He had long noticed that the weapon used by the halfling was just a steel dagger made with the most basic of methods. The quality of the dagger was quite average. Portia opened her eyes and pointed at herself in surprise. "That's right. It's you. You must know that I'm not an ordinary blacksmith, so don't miss out on such a good opportunity." Andre teased in a half-joking tone. "Emma, then I'll have a dagger. I've always wanted one." Halflings more or less had the habit of being greedy for small gains, so Portia excitedly gave her answer after a few seconds of thought. After 2 days of continuous steel-making, she had preliminarily confirmed that this handsome young human in front of her was indeed an outstanding blacksmith. After all, the quality of the steel billets on the shelf, be it in terms of hardness or toughness, were much better than the products from Valen City's blacksmiths. All right, a dagger it is then. Andre didn't waste any time. He grabbed 3 steel bars that were about the same length but of different hardness and threw them into the furnace to heat them up. As a transmigrator from the era of information explosion, he was no stranger to metal, smelting, and forging. Many of the things that were considered confidential in this world could be easily found on the internet in his previous life. Among them, there were steel-making techniques, forging techniques, metal wire drawing techniques, as well as the crafting techniques for plate armor, scale armor, and chainmail. He even had the techniques for forging weapons firmly memorized in his mind. As long as he was willing, he could even use magic to create a blast furnace and greatly increase the production of steel. Without a doubt, he planned to use the steel clamping method to forge this dagger. That was to use 2 low-carbon steel bars to clamp a high-carbon steel bar in the middle, and then repeatedly forge it until the 3 completely merged into one. The advantage of this method was that it could ensure that the edge of the dagger had a higher hardness and toughness. Just like sandwiches or hamburgers, the 2 sides were made of low hardness but good toughness, and a piece of high-hardness steel was sandwiched in the middle. Its edges were completely exposed, and it had better elasticity and toughness than all steel knives. Even if the edge was worn out in battle, it could be used again after being polished. Of course, this was only a prototype, so Andre didn't have high expectations. His forging expertise was still at the elementary level anyway, and it would be fine as long as it was a little better than the ones in Valen City. The high temperature from the burning of the charcoal quickly heated the 3 steel bars red. When he felt that it was about time, he immediately instructed Mabel to use tongs to stack the 3 steel bars together and fix them in place on the anvil. Bare-chested, he swung the hammer repeatedly, his sweat pouring down like rain. Ping, 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 ping. Sounds could be heard continuously. Just like when refining medicine, Andre's brain would automatically go into error correction mode once he entered the domain of his expertise. His hands seemed to be controlled by some unknown power, and no matter how outrageous the mistakes were, they would be corrected to a certain extent. Moreover, he was exceptionally focused today, so the position of each hammer strike was just right. It didn't take long for the 3 steel bars to be glued together. But no matter what, Andre's body was still in a weakened state, and it didn't take long for him to feel that he couldn't take it anymore. He quickly gave a look. Mabel, who had cooperated with him for many days, instantly understood what he meant. She threw the boiling hot blank into the bucket beside her to quench it. With a sizzling sound, the originally cold water quickly boiled, and waves of steam filled the air. When it had completely cooled down, he threw the blank back into the furnace to reheat it. Taking advantage of this time, Andre could also get sufficient rest. When he had rested enough, the blank was almost done heating, and he continued forging and quenching. Chapter 449. This process could be repeated from dozens to hundreds of times, depending on the user's requirements. Generally speaking, the longer the forging time, the better the quality of the weapon. The so-called refined steel referred to the removal of impurities from the metal during the forging process, resulting in a fine weapon. However, the materials used by Andre were high-quality steel, at least in this world, so there was no need to refine it so many times. Moreover, it was an experimental item, so there was no need to spend so much effort on it. Forging, especially in Oraire where productivity was lagging behind, had always been a time-consuming and laborious task. At the same time, It also required the corresponding skills. Otherwise, a 1 kilogram piece of raw iron ingot would only cost a few silver coins, but a weapon like a longsword would cost more than 10 gold coins. The price had increased by more than 10 times, which showed how much effort the blacksmith had put in. From about 10 o'clock in the morning until midnight, everyone was busy for the whole day. Even their lunch and dinner were sent to the blacksmith shop by Fiona. After eating a few mouthfuls, they continued to immerse themselves in forging. It was a full moon tonight. When the full moon rose to the highest point in the sky, André finally completed the last quenching. He sat down on the ground and sighed while panting, "Damn it, it's done. My arms are so tired that I can't even lift them up. Take out the dagger and let me have a look. I hope my sweat and efforts were not in vain." "Hee, you've worked hard. You want me to give you a thank you kiss?" Boscia, with a pair of plump breasts that did not match her short stature, came over and teased him with a smile. André looked down at his dirty upper body and shook his head with a wry smile. "Forget it. I'm sweating so much that even I feel uncomfortable. Let's talk about it after I take a bath." Although the kiss of the big-breasted loli was very tempting, he thought about the sour smell on his body and decided to talk about it later. After all, she had caused a big mess this time and would have to hide for at least a month or two. There was still a long way to go. Boscia blinked her eyes mischievously, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. She pretended to be regretful and said, "Oh, what a pity. Let me make it clear in advance. It's not that I didn't express my gratitude, but that you didn't accept it. Don't regret it. All right, stop messing around. Let's see the quality of the weapon first." As he spoke, André took the unsharpened dagger from Mabel's hands. He carefully wiped the dagger repeatedly with a linen cloth. Soon, the silver-white blade and the beautiful patterns on it were revealed. This weapon was 35 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick. It basically did not have any curves and was a standard straight knife. Only the tip was made into a small horn, and one side was sharpened. It could be used for both slashing and stabbing. It was very suitable for thieves who liked to ambush. With its sharpness after sharpening, it could easily tear through most armors and drink the enemy's blood. Wow, what a beautiful weapon. Quick, let me try. Seeing the full appearance of the dagger, Portia immediately rushed forward and hugged it in her arms. She caressed it lovingly and felt the slight coolness coming from it. She then held it in her hands and waved it repeatedly. Soon, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. As a thief who had stolen countless treasures, her eyes had been trained to the point where she could discern the value of an item just by looking at it. Obviously, the dagger in his hand right now was definitely the best of the best. Excluding rare magical metals such as mithril, adamantine, and cold iron, with the current steel forging technology on the continent, only a very small number of dwarven forging masters who had a special sensitivity to metals could forge a better product than this dagger. But it was a pity that most dwarves lived in the lowlands or in the mountains. Unless it was necessary for trade, they would not easily appear in the sight of humans. Only a very small number of ancient families who had established friendship with the dwarves for generations could obtain a small number of weapons and armors personally forged by the dwarves. This was especially true for weapons that were enchanted with unique secret runes. They often had various abilities, such as a war hammer that could return to the user's hand after being thrown, or a long spear that could tear apart the sturdy scales of a dragon with a single strike. Even the king would drool over them. An ordinary person might not even be able to catch a glimpse of them in their lifetime. In fact, André had seen a book on forging in the necromancer's private library. Most of the records came from a dwarven tribe with the surname Gauchon from hundreds of years ago. It was a genuine dwarven craftsmanship. Even if it was only at the beginner level, it could still leave 90% of human blacksmiths in the dust. In addition, it was refined using the most scientific method and repeatedly forged using the steel clamping method. Naturally, it would not be too bad. What a good dagger. It's 100 times better than any other dagger I've seen. I believe that once it's sharpened, it will be able to easily cut through a piece of wood as thick as a wrist. After carefully examining the hardness and toughness of the dagger, Mabel couldn't help but sigh. As one of the blacksmiths, she felt an unprecedented satisfaction at this moment. It was as if she had gone out to sea for the first time and had finally caught her first fish after working for 4 hours. Those who had never experienced it would never be able to understand. As for the big-breasted lowly, she seemed to have gone crazy. She hugged the dagger and laughed nonstop. The light emitted from her eyes was even brighter than all the stars in the night sky. Ha 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 ha! I'm so lucky. First, I escaped safely after a bounty was placed on my head. Now, I've gotten such a sharp dagger for free. I've decided, from now on, I'll call you Thief's Friend, my most beloved dagger. After finishing her crazy speech, she reluctantly returned the dagger that was named Thief's Friend to Andre. Although the weapon had been forged, it still needed to be sharpened. It would take at least a few days to a dozen days. The finer the grinding, the greater the might of the weapon. Some famous daggers were even polished by the best craftsmen for an entire month. However, Andre didn't intend to personally do such a time-consuming and laborious task. He casually tossed the dagger back to Mabel and pointed to the whetstone placed in the corner. This weapon already belongs to you, so you'll have to do the rest yourself. I believe that you know how to sharpen the weapon. After I've finished sharpening it, I'll do some processing. It's best that you prepare some diamond dust in advance. If you don't have it, I personally suggest that you grind 2 diamonds together to obtain it. Diamond dust? What do you want it for? Portia asked in puzzlement. Chapter 450. It's a secret I can't tell you yet. Just treat it as a surprise. Andre replied, pretending to be profound. Even though he'd temporarily lost his powers as a mage, he could still engrave a magic formation and pray to the god of forging to enchant a weapon in his current state. In Oraire, not all magic weapons, armor, and equipment needed to be enchanted with arcane or divine spells. Some rituals could be used instead, and he just so happened to have one in his possession, the weapon enchantment Sharpness. Just like the fire enchantment and the hardening enchantment, this recipe was also obtained from a large-scale mission, the Trade War. Its effect was just as its name suggested. It could make a weapon sharper, and even cut through other weapons of the same material. The Magic Association of Linton City had a similar recipe, but the effect was only half as good. Because it was an entry-level enchantment, there was no need to cast any spells. All that was needed was a simple ritual and incantation, and the magic formation engraved on the weapon would automatically absorb the magic energy in the air through the energy produced by the diamond dust, completing the entire process. As for the specific effects, that would depend on how much diamond dust was used during the ritual. Generally speaking, the more diamond dust was used, the sharper the weapon would be, and it would be easy for it to pierce through standard armor. Seeing that it was already past midnight, the exhausted Andre wasn't in the mood to chat with the other 2 overly excited fellows. He went to the water tank alone and used the water stored inside to wash off the dirt on his body. After that, he lay down on the simple wooden bed and fell asleep. There were still many things waiting for him to do tomorrow. One had to know that opening a blacksmith shop wasn't just for fun. It was to create high-quality weapons and armor to attract the attention of smugglers, and then use them to send news back to Linton City that he was still alive. Even if he failed in the end, he could use this as a foundation to safely survive the month and a half of being sealed as a mage. This also meant that in the coming days, he had to quickly produce good products and send them to Valen City for sale, and he had to guarantee the quantity. Otherwise, a few handfuls wouldn't even make a splash in Chaos City, where tens of thousands of people lived. Andre's mind was filled with all sorts of messy thoughts as he listened to the conversation between the big-breasted Lowly and Mabel. It did not take long for him to enter his dream. Once again, he dreamed of that strange eye staring at him, but this time he didn't remember it as clearly as last time. It was as if he had fallen into a state of sleepwalking. He spent the entire night in a daze, and even when he opened his eyes the next morning, he still couldn't remember what had happened in the dream. Because of the sufficient food reserves, Mabel didn't engage in this trade for more than 10 years, other than occasionally going out to catch some fresh fish to taste. Every day, she stayed in the blacksmith shop to help out and learn some forging skills at the same time. Andre had long regarded the siblings as his own people, so he did not hide anything from them and taught them everything he knew. In just a few days, Mabel had been promoted from an odd-job worker who could only do manual labor to a blacksmith apprentice who could create rough materials. Of course, he himself wasn't idle either. He forged weapons at the speed of 2 longswords and 2 scimitars every day. In any case, there was no need for the mass-produced items to be too fine. As long as the hardness and toughness were up to standard, there wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, he also used his free time to make a few pairs of gloves. The craftsmanship of these gloves wasn't complicated. He just had to sew a few pieces of 3-layered steel plates on the back of the leather gloves. At a critical moment, it could be used to block swords or arrows, although the possibility of being pierced through was still very high. At least it wouldn't be fatal. Furthermore, in order to ensure that the flexibility of the fingers was not affected, the steel plates weren't made in one piece. Instead, they were woven together in a crisscross pattern, and rivets were inserted at the end. The moment these gloves appeared, it immediately attracted Portia's interest. After a simple trial, she became Andre's first customer and gave many suggestions for improvement. Only a day later, the second pair of gloves were freshly made. Not only were there a few more protruding spikes on the back of the hands, but the joints were also serrated. If one was accidentally hit in the face, there was a 100% chance that one's face would be disfigured. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The dagger, which had been repeatedly polished, had a sharp edge. Finally, the day of enchantment had arrived. The big-breasted Lowly, who had always been very attentive to her weapons, handed the polished dagger and diamond dust to Andre early in the morning. Then, she stood quietly at the side, waiting to see what kind of surprise it would be. Andre didn't hold back. He directly heated up the dagger's body and began to carefully carve complex patterns on it. After more than 2 hours, he barely completed the preliminary supply and demand. He even made a blood release groove on the dagger, so that the moment the dagger was inserted into the body, the opponent would bleed incessantly. Even if it wasn't immediately fatal, just a large amount of blood loss could lead to death. After doing all this, Andre carefully drew a strange pattern on the ground with the blood of the seabirds. Then he stood in the center, raised the diamond dust in his hand into the air, and loudly chanted a jerky incantation. The diamond dust that fell from the sky seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and flew toward the patterns carved on the dagger. The whole process was completed in just a few seconds. Not even a speck of dust could escape his summoning. The moment the ritual was completed, he could feel a part of the life force in his body being sucked away. He instantly fell into a state of exhaustion and fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Portia, who had been watching from a distance, hurried over and carefully helped Andre up. Her face was full of concern. I'm fine. It's just that I've used up too much energy. I'll be fine after some rest. Quick, take a look at the dagger. I don't want any accidents to happen to the weapon that I've spent so much effort to create, Andre said weakly as he looked at the information that appeared in his vision. His heart was filled with bitterness. Successfully forged magical weapon. +1 dagger, thief's friend. Enchantment attribute, sharpness, difficulty appraisal, easy, forcibly drained 30 HP. This is the first magical item that you've successfully forged. Rewarded ability, intermediate forging. Congratulations! Your beginner forging has been upgraded to intermediate forging. In the future, you can enchant weapons and armor with higher levels of magic. After reading these notifications, he finally understood why those famous blacksmiths rarely forged magical weapons and armor. Even the most prolific dwarven blacksmiths did not forge more than 50 of them, and only one of them was powerful. The reason was simple. For such an enchantment ritual that did not use arcane or divine spells, it would drain the creator's life force every time. If one was not careful, they could lose their lives. Chapter 451. Picking up the dagger that was glowing with a faint white light from the ground, Borsha opened her mouth wide in surprise, her jaw almost dropping to the ground. She stared at the blade in disbelief. Her finger gently slid across the edge of the blade, and a wound was instantly cut open. Under the effect of gravity, the blood droplet quickly slid to the tip of the dagger and fell to the ground with a thud without the slightest bit of stagnation. This is a magic weapon. The big-breasted lowly gasped and exclaimed loudly. Andre smiled and nodded. That's right, a +1 dagger. The weapon attribute is sharpness. I believe you have already seen how sharp it is. Even full body armor would find it difficult to withstand it. Put it away. Later, I'll ask Mabel for sharkskin to make a scabbard. Otherwise, the light it emits will be too conspicuous. In this world, there was a huge gap between enchanted weapons and ordinary weapons. No matter how well the latter was forged, it was still just ordinary goods. No matter whether it was in terms of performance or value, it could not be compared to the former. The so-called +1 referred to the level of enchantment. Generally speaking, before enchantment, all weapons would not have this bonus. Only rare magical metals such as adamantine, mithril, and cold iron could be forged into weapons or armor and were naturally classified as magical weapons. However, ordinary steel, even if the dwarven master forger came, would not be able to become +1, according to the calculation methods left behind by the fallen magical civilization. +1 weapons usually only had one aspect that was outstanding. It could be especially sharp or sturdy. After being stabbed, it would produce magic effects such as immobilization, paralysis, and bleeding. It could also be enhanced with some kind of elemental damage, such as fire, poison, strong acid, lightning, negative energy, and so on. Moreover, the additional attributes were not very exaggerated. However, starting from +2 weapons, a certain proportion of special metals must be mixed in to make it have better magic guidance. At the same time, the number and ability of enchantment would also be significantly increased. It would be enough to easily tear apart all non-magical armor and armor. Starting from +3, they were considered high-grade enchanted weapons. Usually, each of them had a famous name, and there were even legends that matched them. Many bards and heroes used such weapons. One of them was the Sword of the King's Blood, which was obtained from the underground labyrinth. It was a +3 weapon. As 4+4 weapons, they began to break away from the category of mortals and were also called secondary legendary weapons. Even the most outstanding blacksmith master among the dwarves could only forge one in his lifetime. Moreover, he had to be enlightened. Both were indispensable. After this work was completed, The blacksmith would not pick up the hammer for the rest of his life. This was because he had integrated all his passion, talent, and skills into the weapon. He no longer had the slightest thought of forging. At the same time, the power of this weapon was also very strong. It had an enchantment called beheading. Once it was activated, it could directly cut off the target's head, completely ignoring the armor. It was a complete instant kill. +5 weapons were legendary weapons through and through. There were very few weapons of this level in the whole of Orire. Every time they appeared, it would attract countless people to fight over them. Wars broke out between countries because of them. Even the gods spied on how powerful they were and sent out all their churches. Legendary weapons were so powerful and so rare. It was possible for powerful people to harm the gods with them. Therefore, almost every one of them was in the hands of a powerful master. Only a few were lost in the long river of history, waiting for the fated people to find them. In fact, the limit of what mortals could do was to forge +5 legendary weapons. Above that was the domain of the gods. +6 weapons were called secondary divine weapons, and +7 weapons were real divine weapons. Only the gods had the ability to make them. In the thousands of years of history of this world, countless gods had died for various reasons. Some of them had descended into the material world with their bodies, and then were killed by lunatics who wanted to decipher the mysteries of the gods and replace them. The weapons they used fell in some corner of the continent. That was a treasure that even the current gods were coveting. In the Great War hundreds of years ago, there was a group of people who used a divine artifact called the Pearl of Death to directly kill the dancing goddess, Shia. From this, one could see how terrifying its power was. Of course, things of this level were not something that Andre could come into contact with. At most, he could make some +2 magical weapons. +3 weapons could only be made after the seal of the mage profession was lifted. As for +4 weapons, he would only have a glimmer of hope when his forging ability reached the advanced level. However, for Borsha, this +1 dagger was precious enough. It was even worth risking her life for. Therefore, she excitedly jumped in the blacksmith shop. Finally, she rushed forward and kissed Andre on the cheek. Then, she pounced on him and kept rubbing her head against him. Ha 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 ha! Great! It's simply great! Gond, I didn't expect you to be a blacksmith with the ability to forge magical weapons. I love you to death! The big-breasted lowly shouted incoherently as she buried Andre's face between her plump breasts. Her eyes were full of excitement. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Damn it! Let go of me! I can't breathe. Andre struggled desperately to get out of a soft and bouncy place. He took in large mouthfuls of fresh air. He had almost become the first transmigrator in history to be suffocated to death by a woman's breasts. Borsha, who found that she had gone a little overboard, quickly let go of her hands. She smiled awkwardly and spread her hands. Aha! Sorry. I was a little too excited and didn't notice your reaction. Andre helplessly glanced at her slightly trembling weapon. He recalled the benefits he had just received and shook his head with a wry smile. Sigh, forget it. Just this once. Hee. Thanks. In order to repay you for making such a great dagger for me, I've decided to serve you 3 times for free. It doesn't matter what kind of service it is. Don't miss this opportunity. The big-breasted lowly deliberately emphasized the word service. Then she playfully blinked her eyes and deliberately pulled down her neckline, revealing a large expanse of snow-white scenery and the unfathomable cleavage in the middle. There was no doubt that this was naked seduction. For those with special hobbies and lollicons, it was a fatal temptation. Even if they weren't, they would more or less have some physiological reaction. Chapter 452. Unfortunately, Andre wasn't one of them. Although his mouth was a little dry after seeing this scene, it wasn't to the point of lust taking over his brain. After calming himself down, a playful expression quickly appeared on his face. He purposely put on a perverted expression and asked, "Really?" "Hee hee. Of course it's fake. I'm not one of those prostitutes. If you have any physiological needs, I can introduce you to a few of the best in Valen City. I guarantee you'll be high as hell. But since I've taken the benefits, I'll help you with a few things such as stealing, assassinating, and stealing information. Just let me know if you need anything." After saying that, Boshuk pulled her collar up again. Her eyes revealed a hint of a smile that would only appear after a successful prank. It was obvious that as the king of thieves in Valen City of Sin, she had a good understanding of the matters between men and women, and was also proficient in seduction techniques. However, she didn't have any actual combat experience. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refused to use a few sexual services in exchange for the ownership of a magical weapon. One had to know that Arare's concept of chastity was very weak, and they were very open when it came to men and women. Many noble ladies and madams in Linton City judged who was the most attractive based on the number of lovers they had. There were also some socialites in the city who had played with more than 4 digits of men. According to the universal values of Earth, it could be described as completely shocking. But the more such women were, the more they were sought after by the noble men. Everyone took pride in being able to share a bed with them, and there were a few who could successfully become the legal spouse of a great noble or even a king. When Andre first heard of these things, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He didn't understand at all what was in the minds of the nobles. Weren't they afraid of getting sick if they were so promiscuous? But this was the general trend of society. Even Countess Anasta of Western Sia, who was relatively clean, maintained intimate relationships with at least 5 or 6 noble men. 3 of them were dukes of Linton City, and the rest were even more unsightly. Some even regularly participated in naked banquets and orgies. Just from the name alone, one would know what kind of shady business they were involved in. Fortunately, Chloe still had these bad habits. Otherwise, Andre would never have agreed to the marriage. If the upper class was like this, the lower class would naturally not be any better. Many village girls, for a few copper coins, or for a passing traveler, would have a good time with the other party in the woods. If the big-breasted lowly had really tasted the forbidden fruit, then she definitely wouldn't have refused to spend the night with a handsome young man. However, she had refused at the critical moment, which meant that she must be one of the few women in Valen City who kept themselves clean. Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but secretly admire the short man in front of him, who was only half his height. After all, she had lived in such an environment for many years. Not only was she able to maintain her virginity, but she was also not blinded by the darkest side of the world. She still maintained her conscience and was definitely worthy of respect. After tidying up his messy hair, Andre slowly climbed up from the ground and shook off the dust on his body. He lowered his voice and said, "Since that's the case, I just so happen to have something I need your help with. Tomorrow morning, Mabel will be bringing the weapons and armor that she forged a few days ago to Valen City to sell. I'm a bit worried because he hasn't come into contact with this before. Can you follow him in the shadows and at least guarantee his safety? It doesn't matter if the goods are lost or not. They're just mass-produced goods and haven't been enchanted yet. I'm just testing the market's reaction. Also, here's a list of materials, most of which are needed to forge magic weapons and armor. Whether you buy or steal them, try to bring back as much as possible. I can use them to make a few pieces of armor, and I'll guarantee that you'll get a share." After he finished speaking, he took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. There were over 30 types of raw materials written on it, all of which were necessities for enchantment without casting any spells. As an ace thief, Portia was one of the very few non-illiterate people in Valen City who could read and write the common language. Because she often needed to identify the value of an item when she was stealing, she had specially gone to learn from someone for a period of time, and was able to understand the list recorded on the parchment. However, knowing didn't mean understanding. Understanding was one thing, knowing was another. For most people, just a long list of technical terms was enough to make the self-proclaimed erudite nobles dizzy. If one hadn't been in the business of magical materials for a long time, it was almost impossible to match the names of tens of thousands of materials with the actual items. After all, not everyone had the frightening intelligence and memory of an adept mage. Thus, the corner of the large-breasted Loli's mouth twitched slightly. She pointed at the names on the list and shouted, "Can you explain the second half of the list? What are these things?" Especially the tongue of a stratus toad, the hair of a demonic beast, and the toes of an ogre. Where am I supposed to find them? You have to know that I don't even know what a stratus toad or a demonic beast is. Even though she had purposely shouted the last few sentences to emphasize her anger, her baby face didn't make one think of her as angry. On the contrary, it gave off a very cute feeling. Andre didn't mind the other party's bad attitude at all. He smiled and shrugged as he explained, Relax, don't get agitated. The stratus toad is a humanoid creature that lives in the Sea of Chaos and is related to frogs by blood. It has very high intelligence, and its tongue is very long, making it a very good enchantment material. As for the demonic beast, it is an evil otherworldly creature. It looks similar to a human, but has the head of a feline. Moreover, the palm and the back of the hand are inverted. Due to the high magic resistance of these otherworldly creatures, they can bestow additional attributes to armor, shields, and other defensive equipment. Lastly, the toe of an ogre is a commonly used material in enchantment. It can increase the attributes of a weapon. These 3 items are relatively rare. Ordinary merchants won't have them, so you'd better directly sneak into the residence of the strongest smugglers and investigate. If they have them, you'll definitely find them. If not, then forget it. Believe me, as long as these things are very conspicuous, you'll be able to recognize them at first sight. Ever since he knew that he couldn't use the power of a mage for 1.5 months, he had been thinking about increasing his survivability with the help of the system. As long as he obtained the relevant knowledge of the profession, he would be able to immediately gain a level of that profession. He could totally consider taking on a part-time job. Since he wanted to take on a part-time job, he had to prepare some equipment in advance so that he could quickly transform it into a powerful fighting force. Chapter 453. Among all the professions in Orire, part-time professions were a very common phenomenon, especially the veteran adventurers who often appeared in the dangerous wilderness. It was common to see a combination of warriors and rogues, warriors and priests, rogues and rangers. It was not that they did not want to focus on the development of their professions, but for their own needs, they wanted to maximize the survival rate in dangerous situations. To give the simplest example, when an adventurer went deep into the ruins to explore, he suddenly found a trap that had to be removed in order to move forward. At this time, he would need the skills of a rogue or a bard to remove traps. Otherwise, he would not be able to move forward. Similarly, when a rogue was besieged by enemies, he would need the strong physique and fighting ability of a warrior. This was because rogues were good at sneak attacks, pickpocketing, scouting, stealth, and setting and removing traps. Once discovered, they would instantly lose their biggest reliance. Under such circumstances, more than 90% of people would choose 1 or 2 part-time professions to make up for the shortcomings of their main profession. Although spellcasters rarely had part-time professions, because the spellcasting level not only determined the power of the spell, but also the number of spell slots, so part-time professions were equivalent to a waste of energy. However, the current situation was a little special. If he did not obtain a certain amount of combat power as soon as possible, it was very likely that he would not be able to send the message back. Andre did not think that after killing the 5 punks led by Edmund, he would be able to live peacefully on Turtle Island for a month and a half. Once the pirate ship called Seawolf came to pick up the new members, trouble would soon follow. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. It would be strange if Mabel, who had not become a level 1 warrior, the halfling rogue, Portia, and Fiona, who had no combat experience, could stop them. However, based on his current knowledge of various professions and the limitations of his own race, there were not many choices he could make. Among them, a warrior was the simplest and most violent one. As a descendant of the fire elementals, the passion of a warrior flowed in his blood, so there was no penalty in terms of EXP. However, if he chose another profession as a part-time profession, there would be a penalty more or less, such as a reduction of EXP by a certain percentage. A long time ago, Andre had experimented and found that the more part-time professions, the more severe the EXP penalty. At most, it could even reduce EXP by more than half. Therefore, he had never considered part-time professions, but now he was completely forced to do so. Do not underestimate warriors just because they are the most numerous class in the world as a professional warrior. Even if they were only level 1, they had to master how to wear and use all kinds of armor, including helmets, all types of armor, gloves and wrist guards, shields, knee guards, and so on. They also had to be proficient in using all kinds of weapons, from sharp weapons like longswords, short swords, scimitars, daggers, and spears to blunt weapons like war hammers, spiked hammers, flails, and meteor hammers. They also had to have short bows, long bows, crossbows, catapults, and other long-range weapons. In other words, warriors were like omnipotent supermen when it came to weapons and armor. No matter what they got their hands on, they would be able to use it skillfully. There was no need to worry about dropping the ball at a critical moment. As their level increased, they could also learn many specialties, including blind battle, whirlwind attack, barehanded strike, violent attack, cleave, collision, disarm, battle reflex, and so on. Coupled with a set of excellent magic equipment, they could be called a battlefield meat grinder. Even if they were surrounded by dozens of people, they could rely on their combat skills and abundant stamina to achieve the final victory. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Although warriors were considered outstanding among melee professions, it was a little difficult to cooperate with the mage profession. If they wore armor, it meant that they had to give up on casting spells. If they did not wear armor, it also meant that they had to give up the advantage of high armor. In addition, the low strength attribute was also an important factor. As everyone knew, the amount of strength was one of the most important standards to measure the strength of a warrior. Usually, the greater the strength, the faster the speed of the weapon, and the stronger the destructive power. Moreover, they could also use two-handed axes, heavy warhammers, and other terrifying weapons that could cripple or kill the opponent if they hit the target. Often, they could kill the opponent who did not have enough strength in a few rounds. Andre's strength was only 7 points. Even with the Fire Elemental Prince's strength, it was only 12 points. It was equivalent to a coolie who was responsible for transporting goods at the dock. There was no way he could really fight against those strong men who were more than 8 meters tall and weighed more than 80 kilograms. It was precisely because of this point that he had prepared a second choice for himself, which was the rogue swordsman. This was a special profession that was a little between a thief and a warrior. It was good at using all kinds of light weapons, such as short swords, daggers, scimitars, rapiers, and rapiers. During the battle, through careful calculation, the rogue swordsman could predict the next step or even the next few steps, accurately find the fatal point, and attack. It could be said that this was a profession that leaned towards the intelligence and agility attributes. Not only did it require a smart brain, but it also required an extremely sharp reflexes. The slightest mistake could make a fool of oneself. Without a doubt, this was a profession that was really suitable for Andre. The only drawback was that he had to bear the corresponding experience penalty. Unless he invested a lot of experience points to level up the rogue swordsman to the same level as a mage, he would enjoy the penalty of 20% of all experience points. Obviously, Andre only wanted to level up the rogue swordsman so that he would not be completely helpless in times of crisis. He had no intention of leveling it up at all. After all, according to the system prompt, although leveling up to level 1 did not require any experience points, if he wanted to use experience points to level up, then he had to use the experience points of the profession with the highest level. For example, now that he was level 9 mage, if he wanted to level up the rogue swordsman, then he would have to use the experience points of a level 9 to level 10 mage to level up, unless his brain was clamped by a door. Otherwise, only an idiot would make such a stupid decision. However, the rogue swordsman did not have to rely on experience points to level up. It could also be like the original inhabitants of this world, honing the skills of the profession through continuous battles and adventures to finally level up. But unfortunately, even if Andre put all his energy into the rogue swordsman, he would not be able to catch up with the mage's leveling speed. So now he was faced with a dilemma. Chapter 454. Should I bear a portion of the experience penalty and choose the most suitable subclass, or should I not bear the experience penalty and choose a slightly weaker subclass? It had to be said that anyone would find it difficult to make a choice at this moment. Every choice concerned their life and future, so no matter how cautious they were, it would not be too much. Even though he had yet to make a final choice, Andre was already preparing to forge a few suitable weapons and armor for himself. At the same time, he was also preparing a set of equipment for Mabel, who had shown her talent as a berserker. If the following development was as expected, then they would have to be prepared to fight and escape. Andre didn't think that they would be able to win against an entire ship of pirates without being able to use magic abilities, wands, scrolls, and most magical items. His plan was to immediately take everyone to hide in the shrubbery behind the island as soon as they discovered the pirate ship around the island. They would use the complicated terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare, and then take advantage of the chaos to take a ship from the other side of the beach to Whalen City. He would think of a way to take advantage of the chaotic situation in the city to get a ship to return to Linton City or send out the news and wait for reinforcements. Of course, the above was the worst-case scenario. Perhaps Edmund hadn't truly received the recognition of the pirate group, or perhaps the pirates had forgotten about him as time passed. In any case, it was always better to be prepared. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Boscia couldn't decline and could only helplessly sigh. "All right, I'll give it a try. But you'd better not have too much hope. The underground guilds of Whalen City are still looking for me everywhere. I definitely can't appear in public unless it's nighttime." In fact, she herself didn't want to return to Whalen City at this particular time. Even though it had been 3 weeks since the bounty was announced, there were definitely still many people who hadn't given up and were still searching everywhere. Therefore, the danger hadn't disappeared, but had instead become even more concealed. I've already considered this point. Here, these are 2 bottles of invisibility potion. You can completely disappear from the enemy's sight within a few seconds after drinking them. I believe that with your level of silent movement, escaping with ease shouldn't be a problem. Saying this, Andre took out the magic potions he had prepared and handed them to Boscia. As a mage who liked to be fully prepared for everything, how could he let such a cute, lowly risk her life for no reason? He definitely had a series of meticulous plans. Invisibility potion? Staring at the flashing liquid within the potion bottle, Boscia raised her eyebrows in surprise. She quickly snatched the bottle over and carefully pulled out the cork. She wrinkled her nose and sniffed lightly. A strange look quickly appeared in her eyes. She sized up the young man standing in front of her from head to toe with a suspicious expression on her face. First, you're a blacksmith who can forge magical weapons. Now, you can take out precious magical potions. Who exactly are you? In this world, no one who could become a professional was an idiot. If you treated others as idiots, you would soon find that you had already become an idiot in the eyes of others. Boscia, who had lived in Valen City for more than a decade, had seen all kinds of schemes and schemes with her own eyes. She had also experienced countless betrayals and plots. Her usual innocent and cute appearance was, to a certain extent, a disguise to protect herself. After all, most people would subconsciously lower their guard when facing a sweet, pure, and beautiful halfling. This way, she would be able to get closer to her target and steal. It was obvious that Andre's endless methods, as well as his maturity and meticulous thinking that didn't match his age, had raised the vigilance of the big-breasted lowly. There were only 11 official mages in the Sardinia Islands controlled by the pirates. More than half of them were beginner spellcasters hovering around the 3rd level. Thus, it was basically a magic desert. Moreover, there were very few priests. Apart from the simple temple in Valen City dedicated to the goddess of the sea, there was only a temple for the goddess of wealth built by smugglers. The goddess of the sea was inclined towards evil. She often set off huge waves and violent storms, forcing the sailors to offer sacrifices. Thus, the burning and looting style of the pirates was very much in line with her wishes. The goddess of wealth was even more so. Wherever merchants gathered, there would definitely be a temple for her. Although she was a neutral god, she often helped criminals dispose of their stolen goods and even openly protected smugglers. She was deeply worshipped and revered by the majority of unscrupulous merchants. The only regret was that there were less than 10 priests in both temples. Although they weren't the lowest level altars, there wasn't much difference. The amount of holy water, healing potions, and divine spells that could be provided every day was pitifully low. Naturally, it was unlikely that they would enter the market. In such an environment, a young blacksmith who could forge magical weapons suddenly appeared and easily took out 3 bottles of level 2 magic potions, invisibility potions. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would be suspicious. Andre had already expected this situation. He calmly moved his numb arms, bent down, and asked playfully, "Then who do you think I am?" "You definitely aren't a pirate. Otherwise, with your current forging skills, you can get everything you want from the Pirate King, Francis. Since you aren't a friend, you must be an enemy. I guess the name Gond is also fake." Portia also raised the corner of her mouth slightly and asked back without showing any weakness. The distance between the two was very close. If they were to move forward a little more, their noses would almost touch each other. However, she didn't show any fear at all. Instead, she appeared to be a little excited. Perhaps it was because of the strong curiosity of the halfling, or perhaps it was because she didn't feel any danger from Andre, so the big-breasted lowly didn't put on any defensive posture and looked at him without blinking. "That's right. Gond is indeed a fake name used to hide my identity. As for my real name, it's not convenient to tell you now. If you are willing to help me play this show to the end, you will naturally know all the truth. However, you are much smarter than I thought, and your intuition is also very sharp. Your future will definitely be limitless. How about it? If you are not interested in joining my team, I promise that there will be all kinds of exciting adventures. You will never feel bored." Andre wasn't embarrassed, panicked, or shocked by his identity being exposed at all. He openly admitted that he used a fake name and even took the initiative to extend a hand to recruit her. Chapter 455. What is this? Is it a cover-up, a lie, or do you have any intentions towards me? Portia glanced at the large hand in front of her. She did not choose to shake it. nor did she choose to turn around and leave. It was as if she was waiting for an answer or a reason to convince herself to stay. Andre, who had always had a clear understanding of human nature, keenly captured the desire that flashed in her eyes. He smiled and shook his head. "No, it's not that. I'm currently in a weakened state and need a capable helper and partner. You happen to meet all the requirements. On one hand, you have unlimited potential. On the other hand, your character is not bad. You happen to be in between good and evil. You have your own set of moral standards, which suits my taste. Of course, this is not a forced arrangement. You can choose to join for a period of time to experience it. If you are not satisfied, you can leave at any time. How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" The big-breasted lowly obviously did not expect the conditions to be so lax. She was slightly taken aback at first. Then she lowered her head and thought for a few minutes. She then stretched out her nimble little hand and shook Andre's large hand. "For the sake of the magical weapons and potions. Deal. But I have to say this in advance. If there is an especially dangerous situation, I will run away. Hee, no problem. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Seeing that this matter was finally resolved smoothly, Andre quickly revealed a faint smile. He really needed a helper now, especially a thief who could silently sneak into certain special areas. One must know that if the items on the list were to be bought with money, it would be impossible to buy them without tens of thousands of gold coins. But if it were to be stolen, it would be much easier. "Remember, don't ever cheat me behind my back. Otherwise, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will not let you go." Perhaps because she had been betrayed by a friend in the past, Portia gave a half-true and half-false warning at the end. From her sharp eyes, one could tell that she was definitely not joking. However, Andre never had such intentions, so he shrugged indifferently. "Don't worry. I can swear that if there is really any conspiracy against you, I will definitely die under the cruelest punishment in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, a white, translucent light shone in from the window, forming a golden radiance. There was no doubt that there was a deity who volunteered to be the witness of the oath. If he really did something wrong to the halfling thief, then this deity would be responsible for fulfilling the oath without the slightest bit of compromise. Orier was a world filled with supernatural powers. Anyone who swore an oath would have to be careful. Otherwise, the chances of receiving retribution would definitely exceed 50%. Perhaps it was because the oath had come into effect, Portia's face quickly regained her playful smile. She placed the 3 potion bottles filled with invisibility potions into her waist pouch and walked towards the door without looking back. As she walked, she waved her hand and said, "Then it's settled. I'll sneak into Valen City tomorrow and collect the easier materials on this list within 3 days. The rest will depend on luck." "Thanks. When the time comes, I will instruct Mabel to cooperate with you. If you really can't do it, then forget it. Don't force yourself. After all, the invisibility potion isn't omnipotent. At the very least, it won't be able to hide from a canine's sensitive sense of smell." Andre shouted at the woman's graceful back. "Understood. It's not like I'm a thief who's stolen for the first time. I know how to deal with those hunting dogs guarding the house." After saying this, Portia directly pushed open the door and walked towards the wooden house not far away. She was in a hurry to finish the scabbard and hilt before setting off, so she didn't want to waste any time. After watching the huge-breasted lowly leave, Andre was the only one left in the crude blacksmith shop. However, he didn't forge weapons like he had done a few days ago. Instead, he took out a piece of parchment and a quill and started to write and draw on it, designing armor and weapons. After a short while, 2 weapons that didn't look like blades and a sword didn't look like swords appeared on the paper. As for the armor, He had fully considered the comprehensive factors of strength, weight, agility, and so on. He had chosen the relatively light chainmail. The specific plan was to melt down the mithril scimitar and then mix in a certain proportion of steel. Although it would be a bit more troublesome to make, its defensive power was unquestionable. The only downside was that it had a weak defense against blunt weapons. In addition, there were also some small things like knee pads, elbow pads, and so on. Not only would it ensure that the defensive power was sufficient, but it would also not cause inconvenience due to its heavy weight. Time passed by, and it didn't take long for the sky to turn completely dark. Just when the few drawings were about to be completed, Andre suddenly heard his stomach growling. He raised his head and glanced at the beautiful sunset outside the window. He was surprised to find that it was already dusk. He hurriedly put out the fire in the furnace and cleaned up the mess. He closed the door and walked towards the wooden house, ready to have a sumptuous dinner to reward himself. One had to know that drawing a design was a very mentally taxing thing. In addition, he had not eaten lunch, so he felt particularly hungry. He could almost eat a cow. When he thought of the delicious seafood chowder and fragrant grilled fish stewed by Fiona, Andre began to salivate. He quickly quickened his pace and soon disappeared at the end of the country road. Early the next morning, when the east was just starting to turn a little white, 2 pairs of young men and women appeared on the beach of Sea Turtle Island. It was Andre and his group. They loaded 60 forged steel longswords, scimitars, leather gloves inlaid with steel plates, as well as helmets, shin guards, daggers, and other items that Mabel had made during her free time when she was practicing her blacksmithing. Then they pushed the boats into the sea when the tide was high. The pig iron ingots purchased in Valen City last time had been mostly used up. Most of them had been smelted into steel. Those swords and armor were the result. Even though there weren't many of them, the price was definitely more than 3 times that of ordinary iron products. According to the normal market price, an iron combat dagger that weighed less than half a kilogram would cost around 2 gold coins. However, if it was made of steel, the price would immediately exceed 5 gold coins. Long swords and scimitars were made of similar materials. If they were brand new, they would cost around 10 to 15 gold coins. However, if they were made of steel, they would cost more than 30 gold coins. Moreover, most of them were forged in one go. At most, some layering techniques would be used. For example, if Andre used the steel clamping method to forge them, it wouldn't be a problem to sell them for 50 gold coins. 60 of them would be 3,000 gold coins. Chapter 456. It had to be known that he'd only spent a total of 160 Alliance gold coins, including the tools and iron ingots. After a series of processing and forging, the cost had increased by nearly 200 times. It was even faster than robbing. In terms of profit, it was probably second only to making magic items and selling salt. It was no wonder that in Orire, the people or organizations that could engage in mining, smelting, and forging were either nobles with a long history or large merchant groups with strong financial resources. On one hand, they monopolized high-level smelting technology, especially steelmaking. Many blacksmiths in small places didn't know how to use simple methods to remove the impurities in pig iron. They could only use the most primitive methods of hammering, quenching, and tempering to achieve their goals. It was both time-consuming and laborious. Otherwise, the price of steel products wouldn't be so high. On the other hand, they often directly or indirectly controlled most of the minerals and could provide a steady stream of cheap raw materials for their blacksmiths. As for others who wanted to buy, they could, but the price, 5 times the price, was already giving you face. Unless you were going for the premium route, you could be crushed by the price at any time. Fortunately, there were no iron mines in the Sardinia Islands, so all steel products relied on smugglers. At the same time, The blacksmiths in Valen City were only half-baked and couldn't satisfy the huge market. Andre had taken advantage of this point and decided to show himself as a blacksmith. He didn't forge many things anyway, so he was going for the high-end route. If he sold them to the pirate leaders and gang leaders, he wouldn't have too much conflict with the weapons merchants, and could even work together. Looking at the swords and knives piled up on the ship, an excited smile appeared on Mabel's face. She said to her beloved sister, "Fiona, I'm leaving. I'll likely be staying in Valen City for a few days this time. Take care of yourself at home. If you run into any trouble, ask Gon for advice. With his wisdom, he'll be able to resolve it easily." The young girl nodded meekly. "I understand. You be careful too. Valen City isn't a peaceful place. I've heard that terrifying murders happen every night. You can always see a dozen or so corpses floating on the surface of the sea when the sun rises." Don't worry, I'm still here. Things in the underground world aren't that big of a deal. As long as you pay enough protection fees, according to the rules, no one will come looking for trouble. At least a few dozen steel weapons won't attract any attention. At some point in time, Bosha had appeared from the side and hugged Fiona's slender waist. She said very playfully, after spending nearly 3 weeks together, the two women had become good friends. Occasionally, they would hide at the side and whisper to each other. To use a fashionable word to describe them, they were best friends. "Then I'll leave everything to you. Don't let anything happen to my brother." As she spoke, Fiona bent down, intimately hugged the big-breasted Loli, and kissed her on the cheek. "No problem. Leave it to me." Borsha waved her small fist, turned around, and leaped up. She landed firmly on the small boat, fully displaying her perfect body coordination. Mabel nodded at the other two and immediately jumped onto the boat as well. They soon left the shore and sailed towards Valen City. Under Andre's tutelage, he was no longer the pedantic and simple fisherman from half a month ago. Instead, he was an ambitious youth who desired to achieve great things and gain wealth, status, and fame. In addition, he was slowly beginning to grasp the berserk ability hidden in his bloodline. It wasn't a problem for him to deal with 3 to 5 adults who didn't have a professional rank. With the first ray of light from the rising sun, the small boat finally disappeared completely from sight. Andre lightly patted the girl who was standing there in a daze and reminded her softly, "Let us go back. They won't be able to return until at least the day after tomorrow." Fiona smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the sea breeze and followed Andre back to the wooden house. In fact, she didn't feel any reluctance towards her brother's departure. Instead, she was secretly delighted. After all, for a girl who had just experienced the first awakening of love, family ties, and the like could only be ranked behind love. Being alone with the person she admired was the most important thing. However, Andre's mind was filled with the problem of his part-time job, as well as the design of weapons and armor. He didn't notice Fiona's tender gaze, nor did he notice a pair of eyes filled with hatred peeping from the forest. "Damn bastard, I'll definitely make you pay for what you've done. And you and your brother. Stupid bitch. I'll never forget what you've done. Blood for blood." An ugly man, with only one hand left, gritted his teeth and cursed. It was Edmund, who had been drowned in the sea half a month ago. Obviously, he didn't die. He was trying to break free from the rope and was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. However, after experiencing the battle that night, Edmund deeply realized that with his own strength, it was difficult to even protect himself, let alone take revenge. Therefore, he didn't even dare to return home these days. He had been wandering in the wilderness, silently waiting for an opportunity. This was because he had calculated that in a few days, Captain Kent of the Seawolf would come to pick him up. As long as he continued to endure for a while, he would be able to pay back all the suffering he had suffered these days and taste the sweetness of revenge. After watching Andre and Fiona disappear into the bushes, the young man who had been twisted by hatred took a deep breath. He suppressed the burning anger and the festering wound on his wrist and resolutely walked towards the cave, not far away. In order to be able to break free from the tough rope, he smashed his injured hand as bait to attract a saw shark. He then used the saw-like front part of the shark to break free from the rope and finally escaped before the oxygen ran out. Of course, the price was that one of his hands was completely crippled and his body was riddled with scars. Under the influence of the hot temperature, some parts of his body had already started to rot and pus. He looked like a zombie that had walked out from a horror movie. The reason why he was still persevering and living was for one goal, and that was revenge. Every day, he ate raw fish, shells, crabs, and even the corpses of his companions from the sea, drank the dew that dripped from the cave, endured the torture of illness and injuries, slept on damp rocks full of sea cockroaches, avoided the fishermen that came and went. Everything was for the pleasure of revenge, even if it meant falling into the bottomless abyss with the enemy.